Welcome to All Things Rangers. I am your host for the evening, John Filkoski. I will be streaming the live draft or the NHL entry draft rather, as I spoke about earlier on today in our earlier video regarding the Pavel Buchnevich trade, which I'm still not happy about, but we're kind of hoping for Jack Eichel here. So wanted to just get on here a little early, kind of like pregame it a little bit. Sorry, I'm just kind of like putzing around with things. My first time really kind of working the actual broadcast itself. Mark usually handles all that. So just bear with me here. I can see all your comments. Yes, Dean, I did see that. I'm actually kind of going through everything here. So if you bear with me, I'm sorry, guys. I really, I'm like I said, I'm kind of new at this. So if I mess something up, just try to bear with me here just a little bit. Yeah, so it looks like it's Seth Jones and Tampa's 2021 first for Adam Boqvist and the 12th overall pick. So it's Seth Jones for Boqvist and a flip-flop of picks. I wouldn't say it's a bad deal for Chicago. I mean, they got older. They got a better defenseman. I think Adam Boqvist with time will turn into an upper echelon puck mover, maybe not an elite level puck mover, but you've got a hell of a defenseman in Seth Jones. But yeah, it's great. That's a great move for Chicago, really. Because they're flopping picks. I mean, they got the young defenseman, or they got Seth Jones. They were able to get an established veteran, top pairing defenseman. Even though analytically, for the last, I would say 3 seasons now, probably 19, 20, and 21, his analytics haven't looked too great. I would say he's not really the player he was in the 2 seasons before that when he first got to Columbus. But it's a really good pickup for them regardless. They obviously moved Duncan Keith earlier on a couple of weeks ago to Edmonton, so they moved on from him. Brent Seabrook is out of the picture, obviously. He's been for a while. But I don't think this is a bad move for either team, really. Columbus gets a really good young puck mover in Boqvist. They switch picks, but they're still in the first round technically because it's the last pick. It's Tampa's pick from the David Savard trade, which that obviously worked out for Tampa. He was solid for them in the playoffs on that third pairing with Mikhail Sergachev. And now you're looking at Seth Jones being the cornerstone defenseman for the Chicago Blackhawks for a while, but Chicago needs some serious work. We don't know about Jonathan Toews. I'm just spitballing here. I'm speculating. I'm not a medical expert, so please don't take this with anything other than a grain of salt. It's just my opinion, just my gut feeling. But the way that everything has gone down with Jonathan Toews and the symptoms he's talking about having, reminds me of Brian Bickle and how Brian Bickle was feeling those very same symptoms, and then it came out that he had MS. And multiple sclerosis is just a horrible, horrible, awful disease. You see what it did to Bickle. It ended his career. Josh Harding, I mean, in 2014, he was on track for the Vezina in 2014. If anybody remembers the start of that season, Josh Harding was the early favorite for the Vezina. And it took him out in the middle of the season, and he never played again. So I'm hoping it's not MS for Jonathan Toews, but I've got this weird feeling. Hopefully I'm wrong, but you don't know what's happening with him. They need depth pieces on defense. Otherwise, I mean, they got Caleb Jones, his brother from Edmonton, Seth Jones' brother from Edmonton in the Duncan Keith trade. He's really like a third pairing guy, a number 6, maybe a number 5 at best. I will be looking at my phone for, wow, I'm actually being streamed in Mark's bar right now, funny enough. And yes, we wish all players good health except Tom Wilson. Tom Wilson, I'm not going to say anything bad, but I'm not wishing anything good for Tom Wilson. I can tell you that right now, because I don't want to be that guy, but I'm not wishing anything good for Tom Wilson. John, my feeling on drafting or trading, I think we're trading. I think it's going to happen with Eichel. I liked what I saw earlier on today with the news from Dreger. I don't know if you guys saw the picture from the article from Darren Dreger, but it said that Buffalo had asked Drury, or Adams had asked Drury rather, for one of Nils Lundkvist or Braden Schneider, Vitaly Kravtsov, FIlip and a first-round pick. What that tells me is that the asking price has been lowered to such a point that he knows that he's not getting Lafreniere. He knows he's not getting Kakko. He knows he's not getting Keandre Miller, Adam Fox, Igor Shesterkin, any of the major pieces like that he knows he's not getting. So now he's really resorting to a futures package, and it's kind of why I would assume why they moved Buchnevich for futures. We'll get into that deal again in a little bit, just for anybody who wasn't watching earlier on. I know most of you guys that are in this right now were in on that. I was seeing something about that earlier. I think Dave Pagnotta, our friend, wrote something about that, Dean, that Tarasenko was possibly headed to Vegas. Sorry. I'm just looking at a bunch of things right now, so if I'm a little lost on my words, it's just a lot of stuff is coming in, and I'm reading a lot of stuff right now. Supposedly, another rumor is that there's 5 teams in on Kuznetsov. The Rangers are not one of them. It's believed to be Columbus, Montreal, Seattle, Anaheim, and Florida. I wonder if anything would be moved from that Seth Jones trade to Washington if it's Columbus. So it's actually David Pagnotta who is reporting that Columbus is in. Yes, Eichel has looked good skating. He definitely has looked good skating, and all signs point to he's probably not going to get that surgery. So we're looking at a pretty exciting offseason. I mean, John Scott said it best. We're looking at a crazy offseason that really hadn't begun yet when he made his tweet a couple of days ago or so. I think it was like 3 or 4 days ago, maybe right before the previous weekend. I don't know. I'm losing track of time. I was away for a bit, so time is just a blur for me right now. But John Scott said that we were in for possibly one of the craziest off seasons ever, and I think he's right. I think we're starting to see it right now. Today has just been nuts. I said it before in a group text with Anthony and Mark that if we can look at the Taylor Hall deal and say that's like a meh kind of deal, then you know it's been a crazy, crazy day in the NHL world. And I honestly think it's the most accurate thing I can see. Put my bat. Mark is telling me to do things, so got to do that. So follow me on Twitter, as you can see, at 92 in 82. It's a Gretzky reference. The single season goals record of 92 goals in 1982, because I'm a Gretzky fanboy. I have no shame in saying that. I definitely want to recap some other things, but I'm liking the comments that I see so far. And yes, a disgruntled Eichel has been a top 10 center. A motivated Eichel could easily be a 90 to 100 point player. I saw somebody on Twitter tell me that he could be a 120 plus point player. Now, if anything, please do not overrate Jack Eichel. Please do not overrate him to that extent. 120 points has only been accomplished 4 times in the salary cap era. 2 of those were in the same season. Joe Thornton and Jaromir Jagr in 2006. Sidney Crosby did it a year later at 19 years old. In 2007. Drury has to get Eichel right now. He has to. Because otherwise, that Buchnevich deal looks very, very bad. If that's the end game, it looks very, very bad. But Kucherov was the other season of the 4 seasons cap era, and then the other 2 players who cracked 120 points before that. Don't know what happened with my lighting there. Don't mind that. I might have to change that in a second. But the other players to crack 120 points in the last 25 years were Mario Lemieux in 97 and Jaromir Jagr in 1999 and in 2001. So 120 points, regardless of era, is a pretty staunch mark for the points. And Jack Eichel shouldn't be expected to put that up, even with someone like Artemi Panarin, who was on pace for 110 last year. Not this past season, but 1920. There we go with the lighting. So, yeah, I think if we get Eichel, they're going to find a way to try to get Mika to take a little bit of a discount. And, yeah, yes, what happened with Malkin? Malkin ended up becoming a 100-point player. I mean, he won the Calder in his rookie year. 80 plus points, point per game player, won the Calder. Next season, almost won the Art Ross. Alexander Ovechkin had that incredible year. I think the year after Evgeny Malkin actually won his the first of his 2 Art Rosses, the other being in 2012. But Evgeny Malkin's a generational talent too. And that's what the Rangers are looking to accomplish here, is they're looking to get a deadly 1-2 punch down the middle by getting someone like Jack Eichel. You're looking to supplant Mika Zibanejad, because Mika Zibanejad, as good of a center as he is probably the middle to the lower end of the pack in terms of true number 1 centers. You want somebody that's going to give you an upwards of 80 to 100 points in a season. Like 5, 6, 7 years ago, you would have taken 80 to 90 points and you'd call it a day, and your second line center would have been a 60 to 70 point guy, and you'd be more than happy with that. But the uptick in scoring over the past, I would say, 2 to 3 years, you want more of a 90 to 100 point player at the top, at least an 85 point player. But you want like a 90 to 100 point player ideally, and then you want anywhere from a 60 to an 80 point player as your second line center. But that's what they're looking to do. They're looking to get that. And with the depth that they have on the wings, with guys like Lafreniere, with Kakko, with Kravtsov, formerly Buchnevich. Thanks, Chris Kreider. Thanks, Jeff Gordon. Yay. We all love that, don't we? Right? Fun. Lots of fun. Salary dumping your best right winger for an underwhelming return because your previous general manager decided that it was a good idea to give a 29-year-old a contract during a rebuild. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm pissing anybody off. I'm still sour grapes mode too. I'm hoping that this Eichel deal happens. I have a feeling it will. But if I'm not Nostradamus, please don't kill me. I mean, there's nothing I can do other than just give you a gut feeling. I mean, if I had the winning lottery numbers, this thing would be decked out and I'd have other. No. That's a hell no. I'm not joining the Chris Kreider fan club. No. I was high on Kreider coming out of BC. Years ago, I was a big fan of his. I was a Mr. I was actually probably the head of the Chris Kreider is not going in the Rick Nash deal fan club or movement back then. Funny enough, the trade which happened on this very day 9 years ago, for anyone who wants a piece of Ranger history. But yeah, I was adamant that he would not be in that deal, and I ended up being right. But he's been I don't want to say an underwhelming player, because he is what he is. If you watched him early on, you knew that he wasn't great with his hands, but he had incredible speed, and he's got a great shot. I got to give Chris Kreider a lot of credit, because when he first came up, a lot of the things that I was seeing as someone who's been playing the game for probably about 25 years, I would say that Chris Kreider's game was very dumbed down, if you will. Very straight line, like to if guys remember Derek Stepan, we would spring him with those passes across the boards and hit them with those break-ins and breakaways. That was Chris Kreider's game to a T. Like, there was not a lot to it early on. He was just a very straightforward, let me just go right to the net and shoot the damn puck type guy. But he developed a forechecking and cycling game down low. He developed a board battle game. He developed a net front presence. He did a lot for himself. So, you know what? Good on him. And if you get what you get out of a 19th overall pick, you usually call that a win. And I mean, I would say to this point it's a win. But as it's been said in the chat here, Hectic, you nailed it. Inconsistent. He's the most consistently inconsistent player I think I've ever watched in my entire career. And I sat through Marcel Hossa. I'm pretty sure that anyone here over the age of 25 or 22 or whatever, you probably remember Marcel Hossa and how just angry he made you because you saw flashes of his brother in him. Not that he would ever be his brother. Nobody should have been unrealistic enough to expect Marcel to be anything like his brother. But there were flashes of real good skill. And I think if Marcel Hossa was playing today, he probably would be a good third-line winger. But Marcel Hossa was probably the most infuriating player I think I've watched when it came to inconsistency until Chris Kreider came along. And then Chris Kreider just absolutely took that benchmark and was just like, okay, you want to set the bar here? I'm just going to go all the way up here, and I'm going to anger every single Ranger fan that I could think of. Hunter, to answer your question, if we have to strike a deal for Eichel, I do not think Alexander Georgiev is on Buffalo's radar. Would he be a throw-in piece? It's possible. I doubt it. The Rangers could promote from within. If they want to give Tyler Wall a chance, they could go there. Dylan Garand's in the pipeline. If Olaf Lindbaum could stay healthy, I don't know what the status is on him. I mean, the last I heard with him, his career was in jeopardy because his injuries were just so overwhelming. But Kreider's a very inconsistent player. He is. I would say Georgiev is probably not on their radar. I'm guessing this lighting thing is going to continue to happen. I'm sorry. I know I look like I guess now I'm not orange anymore. I don't know why that's happening. I don't know what that is. So I do apologize, but if I look orange, just don't call me a Cheeto because I'm not a Cheeto. Yeah, Kreider is a very polarizing player. I know at the 2019 draft, there were rumors that the Rangers in Colorado were working on a deal. They were very close to a deal, and Joe Sakic would not give Jeff Gorton the 16th overall pick, which he ended up drafting Alex Newhook with. So I good on Joe Sakic. He's a better GM than Jeff Gorton was, I'll tell you that, even though Jeff Gorton was just on NHL Network before. Jaromir Jagr, oh my God. You know what? I bet you the guy could still play as a fourth liner. I mean, all right. So my aunt worked for Madison Square Garden. My Aunt Marcy worked for Madison Square Garden for years, I think almost 10 years. And she was head of like media event design or something like that. But she coordinated Mark Messier's and Mike Richter's retirement nights from like head to toe. So she's got some great stories about players. And one of them, I think it was a casino night. I'm not sure, or if it was some sort of event. But there was a gentleman running around, and he was kind of drunk and belligerent and knocked her over. So Jaromir Jagr, being the gentleman he is, ran down this guy, grabbed him by the back of whatever he was wearing, whatever clothing he was wearing, and wanted to absolutely pound this guy and just absolutely lay into him. And my aunt had to stop Jaromir Jagr from doing that. So pretty funny story. But yeah, Jaromir Jagr he's a special player. I don't think I've ever seen a work ethic like that. She would tell me stories that they would give him the key to the practice rink, and he would be there sometimes until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, just working on drills with like weights, with like 20-pound weights on his like ankles and his arms and his wrists and stuff like that. And he would just go through drills, and just the physical conditioning that he was in, it just, you could see that he was doing these types of things. Because I've never seen someone who could just go for as long as he did. His body just couldn't take it anymore. But Yager, yeah. Yeah, you're right. We're definitely talking about Yager. He was just fun to watch, man. That 2006 season, we didn't know what was happening. I just remember ordering OLN, Outdoor Life Network. You guys remember that? Just in time to get the start of the Rangers Flyers opener in October of 2005, that season. And right after, the channel came through on the cable box. And oh, the blackmail with the 18-year-old, I guess, Instagram model, whatever that was. Jaromir Jagr is incredible. He's funny. But I just remember Jason Strudwick scoring that goal right when I turned on, right when the channel came through. And I just went nuts for that. And I was like, Jason Strudwick, who the hell would have expected the first goal from Jason Strudwick? And then Jaromir Jagr just said, okay, my revenge tour starts tonight. And he just absolutely laid in to the Flyers and just scored 2 awesome goals. Marcel Hossa, I believe, had a goal or 2 in that game. But that season was so fun to watch. That season was so fun. Elgin, I do first time to the channel, by the way. If so, happy to have you with us. Thank you for contributing. Yeah, I think they will select a center if that pick is taken. So I'm gonna do, by the way, I hate to cut off comments for a second, but I'm gonna do my mock draft. I'm gonna give you a mock draft, and this is provided the Rangers actually make the pick. So I'm gonna go through these. I don't think the Rangers are gonna make the pick. I think it's gonna get traded, but I'll give you my mock draft as I see it. So first from Buffalo, I have them taking Owen Power. I just don't think that the smokescreen that's been going out there all over the place these days, I just don't think it's going to happen. I think we're looking at definitely Owen Power first, number 1 overall. I don't think you could pass on him. I just don't think you could do it. I don't see the Hedman comparisons. I get why people say it, the size, mobility, and everything like that, but I don't think he's an elite puck mover. So I do think he'll be a top pairing guy. He probably projects more as a number 2. Maybe he's a number 1 on a team with a real good unit behind him. But I think he's a very good number 2. I don't know if he's a power play quarterback. They say that he doesn't have that type of upside. I think he's closer to Colton Parayko or an Alex Pietrangelo rather than Victor Hedman. So, but I think Buffalo takes Power number 1. I think they can't pass him up. Seattle, you're going to talk about centers. Matthew Beniers. Matthew Beniers from Michigan. I've got him number 2 to Seattle. I think he's the guy. I just, if you want to build, Matthew Beniers is a good building block. They're probably going to need a better number 1 center unless Matthew Beniers really kind of exceeds expectations and becomes like a point per game 2-way center. But he's like Jonathan Toews. He's like a Swiss Army knife. He's a guy that can do everything. He can give you some good offense. He's good defensively. He's physical. He's a leader. He has everything. He really does. I just don't know if he has elite offensive upside. I could see him being anywhere between a 60 to 80 point player as a number 2, maybe borderline number 1 center. Anaheim at 3, I have them taking Dylan Guenther. Dylan Guenther. Jake Bean just went to Columbus, by the way, everybody. So I'm gonna try to get some some clarity on that. Seth Jones extension, by the way, is 8 years, $9.5 million. So, Columbus got Bean for a second-round pick. So, that's the deal for Jake Bean. Just want to take a look at some other things here real quick, and then I'll get back to my mock draft picks. Adam Fox doesn't have the service time yet. I think he's arbitration eligible, but I don't think he has the service time. I think Fox will also give the Rangers a discount. I think if you're a Ranger fan and you're looking at this, you got to think of it this way. Adam Fox passed on 2 teams. Yes, you do pay him, but I think he will give him. I think he will give the team a. I think he'll give them a discount, because I think that when you pass on 2 teams the way that he did to get to New York, it shows that you want to play here. And this is his favorite team. There's pictures of him in Rangers jerseys as a kid. Mark even knows someone that's coached him. I have friends that actually know him, have played with and against him. Honestly, if I have to give you a contract to Fox, I want to say 8 years and $64 million. So 8 years, $8 million per, and I think that's fair. Thomas Chabot got that deal from Ottawa. So I think that's a really good deal. Seth Jones, the reason why he got the deal that he got, the extension, is because he was going to hit free agency. Teams always overpay free agents. That's what happens. So for everybody bashing the Barclay Goodrow contract, hey, I'm with you. I don't like it. It's ideal. It's not ideal, but Barclay Goodrow was going to get overpaid. Whether it was by the Rangers, whether it was by someone else, he was going to get overpaid. But I think Marek Malik, shootout legend. Yeah, my friend Pete was there for that. I was watching that on TV. I could still hear Mike Crispino's his raspy voice, Malik, in my head, and John Davidson just laughing hysterically. Him and Crispino laughing hysterically. Just what a game that was. What a goal. And never thought Jason Strudwick, funny enough, the guy who scored the first goal for that season for the Rangers, would score the game-tying goal after Brian Muir put the Capitals ahead in that shootout. That was just something else. When Strudwick came up, I was like, oh, shit, we're done. We are done. And then he scores that goal, and then he's giving the come on. And I'm like, this team's fired up. Everybody's fired up. The bench is going nuts. And Henrik kept them at bay. Ole was good, and then Marek Malik just pulls that out in the the Randy Orton almost, kind of for the wrestling fans in here, oh man, gotta tell you, I gotta love players like that when they do things like that, because hockey players don't get to show personality. And when someone like Marek Malik shows personality, he's got to apologize for pretending like for saying that he wasn't trying to show up Ole Kolzig. Let him go. Let him have fun with it. If they're not being totally disrespectful, who cares? Who the hell cares? So, if I was in a bar and they changed that during that shootout, oh man. The 20-year-old me would have absolutely – actually, that was right before my 20th birthday. So the 19-year-old me wouldn't be in a bar, by the way. I'd probably be in a Buffalo Wild Wings, not having a beer. But I would have let everybody have it because I would have been so pissed. But going back to the mock draft, I took Dylan Guenther for Anaheim in number 3. I think he might be the best all-around goal scorer in the entire draft. I've been saying for months I wouldn't be shocked if he went number 1 somehow. I think he could end up being the best player in this entire draft. I just think that if you want a goal scorer, he has it all. He could score in so many different ways. He's got size. He's 6'2". He's about 200 pounds, I think, right now. He makes so much sense for so many teams. I think he makes a ton of sense for Anaheim, especially with Rickard Rakell possibly leaving soon. New Jersey at number 4. I know everybody's going to say, oh, Luke Hughes, the Hughes connection. No. You take Brandt Clarke, and I'll tell you why. Brandt Clarke is probably the most offensively talented and gifted player in the draft amongst any defenseman. Forget about Power's offense. Forget about Edvinsson's offense. Forget about anybody else. Brandt Clarke, despite his awkward skating style, and I say this as a player myself, Brandt Clarke has a very weird and unorthodox skating style. But if you can fix that, which NHLers will do, hi, Barbara Underhill. Love the job you did on Brian Boyle, by the way. He couldn't skate to save his life before he came to the Rangers. Remember that? Yeah, Brian Boyle was brutal. And even in that first year in 2010, he was such a bad skater, and Barbara Underhill fixed that. And he became a good NHL player. So you put a real good skating, power skating, and edge work coach with Brandt Clarke, you're gonna have an elite offensive defenseman, I think. I think he could end up being the second best player to come out of this draft. That's just me. I think he sees the game offensively at another level when it comes to defenders. He could be a real good offensive defenseman. Columbus, you just traded Seth Jones. So I have them taking Simon Edvinsson at 5 from the Frölunda junior team in the Swedish Junior League. So I like him. I've got concerns about his offensive upside. I don't know if he's the guy when it comes to offense and the power play, but he's a very good skater. He moves the puck well in transition. He can jump into the play on the back end. Sorry, guys, got to plug my laptop in here just because it's starting to go low. But to continue about Edvinsson, he projects to be, I think, a good number 3, borderline number 2. Maybe even a top pairing guy. But if you have him with a more offensively gifted guy on a top pairing who maybe lacks on defense a little bit, I think you can get away with him there. So Edvinsson, I have him at 5. I'm going to try to do this quick because we've got 10 minutes until the program starts for the draft. So I don't want to ramble on too much. Excuse me. William Eklund to Detroit at 6. They say he's the most talented, skilled player in the draft. One of, if not the most, in terms of pure offense overall. I like him. Smaller but shifty. A really good skater. Kind of reminds me of someone like Panarin. San Jose at 7. I know that people are talking about them taking a defenseman. I've seen some mock Luke Hughes there because New Jersey doesn't take him and Detroit doesn't take him. I say San Jose goes off the board and takes Kent Johnson. And it's not really even that high off the board because he's been mocked anywhere between 5 and 10. Yes, Chris, I've heard that Jesper Wallstedt could be the guy. I could see them taking him there. I could absolutely see it, but I don't know how you pass up a guy that talented in William Eklund. I really don't. It makes so much sense for me. The only thing with Wallstedt is if they didn't trade for Alex Nedeljkovic, who had a Calder caliber season, by the way, if it wasn't for Kirill Kaprizov and Jason Robertson, you probably are looking at a guy who could either finish in one of the top 2 spots for the Calder voting with the way that he played in net for Carolina. If it wasn't for the Nedeljkovic trade, I would say that Wallstedt would be an absolute no-brainer to Detroit at 6. I don't know if they do it now. San Jose 7, Kent Johnson. I just think he's one of the most dynamic players in the entire draft. He's just so silky smooth, just does so much with the puck so well. So I think he goes there. I think San Jose is going to need someone because Logan Couture is starting to get up there. He's in his early 30s. They don't really have anybody behind him. They have Tomas Hertl, but he's kind of injury prone. Timo Meyer's good on the wing, but they do need more impact forwards. Kevin LeBanc has kind of gone down a little bit. So Los Angeles at 8, they need defense. If it's Brandt Clark that's available there, I have them taking Brandt Clark. But for this draft, the way I mocked it, I have them taking Luke Hughes. I think Luke Hughes is more than a good enough selection at number 8. I wonder about his offensive upside. I really do. I don't know if he's – I think he could be a top pairing guy. I think if you want a comparable, Jay Bouwmeester post-Florida would be what I think Luke Hughes could be. It's a guy that'll give you 30 or so points, maybe 40, and then he gives you solid defense. He's not overly physical, but he closes the gaps real well. His skating is upper level. Sees the game well both ways. Good, solid two-way all situations defenseman, probably a number 2. Vancouver at 9, I could see them taking Mason McTavish. I know that they have Elias Pettersson, and I know that they have Bo Horvat. But Mason McTavish profiles as both a center and a wing. Some people think that he plays wing in the NHL. And if he plays wing, you've got a very good power winger right there. So I think he would fit in perfectly for Vancouver. Ottawa, I have them taking Jesper Wallstedt. I think they need a goalie. Everything else they're good on. They have young defenders in the system. They have young forwards in the system and already at the NHL level. You have your Bathersons, your Norris, Stutzla, Brady Tkachuk. You have pieces up front. You could go get another forward, but you don't need one. So I'm going to say Jesper Wallstedt there. Chicago, Chaz Lucius. Some say that he's the best goal scorer in the draft. I'm not sure about that, but he's one of them. So Chaz Lucius of the U.S. National Team Developmental Program, I have him going 12 to Chicago. Calgary goes with the bloodline and takes Cole Sillinger at 13. And Cole Sillinger kind of profiles sort of like his father, but a little more offensively skilled. Not the same type of game, a little different, but I think he's a guy that could go up and down your top 3 lines. I think if he's your top center going forward, barring some unforeseen spike in his development, it's probably not good if he's your top center in the future, but not a bad player. More likely projects as a 2 or 3 center. I would say a 2. I think he's probably going to be a good 2. I do not want Wallstedt. You are in the minority there, Chris, but I do not want Wallstedt. It's not that I don't like the player. I think he's one of the better goaltending prospects to come up in recent memory, but he just I don't like going first round goalies unless they're like Carey Price level prospects, which I don't think Wallstedt is. I don't like going that way. All right, we're getting to 7:53. All right, so I'm gonna do this even faster. Philadelphia, Zachary Bolduc, nice winger out of Rimouski. I went a little off the board here. I think he's gonna go higher. I think there's a lot of skill. He's got size. Philadelphia will value that as they look to get some more size and skill there. Dallas, Matthew Coronado. Craig Button believes that Coronado is the best goal scorer in the draft. 48 goals, 51 games with the Chicago Steel, the USHL. He has a case for it. He's also a Long Island kid, so I hope he does well. And then our Rangers, Fedor Svechkov from Togliatti in the VHL, which is the Russian Junior League. I like this selection if they take him because Svechkov is what the Rangers are looking for. A solid two-way center that projects as a number 2 center. He's got good skating, although it needs some work. He's a very good two-way player. It's like a Dasuk light would be the way that I would describe him. Not nearly as skilled, but he plays the game the same type of way, like the pickpocketing and the smarts and the kind of the look-offs that Pavel Datsyuk used to do and the plays he used to make. I see pieces of those in Svechkov. St. Louis, 17, Brennan Othman, Flint in the OHL. Winger with some size, good goal scorer. Projects probably as a second-line winger. they're going to need wingers with Tarasenko being gone. Yes, they got Buchnevich, but Jaden Schwartz is also set to hit free agency. So they're going to need wingers. Then I have two defensemen going next. Winnipeg getting Carson Lambos. I think he fits perfectly. And then Nashville getting Corson Ceulemans. I've heard Nashville is in the market for defensemen if the centers are not available. Edmonton, I have them going into their backyard with the Oil Kings. Matthew Robertson, Ranger prospect. His teammate, goaltender Sebastian Casa. I just think it makes too much sense. They've had more than enough time to see him. He's local. They know a lot about him. It fits where I've heard that he could go in the first round because I've heard him as a first rounder at the end of the first round. So I think it just fits. Boston, I have them taking Xavier Bourgault from Shawinigan in the QMJHL. Skilled two-way center, kind of like a Patrice Bergeron. Yeah, the Jackets did flip the 44th pick to the Hurricanes for Jake Bean. If you were watching before, you probably heard me yelling at Chris Drury to go get Jake Bean and flip him in the Eichel deal. That would have been nice, but I guess Chris Drury didn't want to do that. Minnesota, they take a pick that they might have some familiarity with after watching Kirill Kaprizov. They take Nikita Chibrikov, his fellow SKA guy. So Chibrikov would be a good pick for him for Minnesota. Another winger. I could see them taking Atu Ratu there if they want to take a center, which they do need. Atu Ratu would fit perfectly behind Marco Rossi for their future. So, but I have them taking Chibrikov because I think there's some familiarity there. They like to do those types of things, general managers and teams and scouting staffs. Detroit, I have them taking Atu Ratu at 23. And he would be a good pick for the Rangers. He was the consensus number one overall pick for this draft 2 years ago and last year. And then this season, he just had a nightmare year. He was dealing with some mental health issues. But he turned his game around, and he's looking better. His stock rose back up a little bit. But the scouting reports are all over him. Some have him as an early second rounder. Some have him as a mid-first rounder. So I think Detroit could take him there. If he goes there at 23, I think that's a hell of a pick. Florida, Fabian Lysell, Nils Lundqvist's teammate on Luleå in the Swedish Hockey League. Fabian Lysell's a dynamic, talented winger. I think he could be at least a second-line winger in the NHL. Kind of smaller, but he's got some talent. I would take him there if I'm Florida. You don't need another center. You have Barkov, who they're going to stay. Barkov's going to stay. Florida's going to do everything in their power. So any Ranger fans, I'm sorry to ruin your dreams about Barkov. Hey, I was dreaming of him too. Me. Yeah. I would love to have seen Barkov in a jersey on a line with Lafreniere and Kakko, but it's probably not going to happen. But Fabian Lysell would be a good complement to Anton Lundell on that second line going forward for Florida. Columbus, I have them taking the controversial pick in the draft. And no, not Logan Mailloux. He's not getting drafted. Not talking about him. But Zachary Leroux, Halifax Mooseheads, Quebec Major Junior League. Very controversial player. He's been suspended 4 times this season. So that's a very, very, very controversial player. One of them was for spitting on an official, I believe. So, talented player, kind of Brad Marchand-ish in a way, but he's also a little bit of a pain in the ass. Minnesota, I have them taking Francesco Pinelli, talented center, good energy player. He's got some scoring touch. I think he could be a good middle six center. Carolina taking Wyatt Johnson. Colorado at 28 taking Isaac Rosen. New Jersey at 29 taking Oscar Olesen. Las Vegas taking good young puck mover in Daniil Chayka from the CSKA and the KHL. Montreal taking Samu Tuomala. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, but Finnish names are tough sometimes. And then Columbus, Jack Parrott from Fargo in the USHL. So overall, not really a strong first round this year as opposed to others. I like this draft, but I'm not a huge fan of it. But yeah, Barkov will be probably re-signing in Florida. I would say he's probably re-signing. So I'm gonna unmute my TV, and we're gonna go over to the NHL entry draft on ESPN2 for those who are looking for it. And this should be interesting, friends and Ranger fans. And now here's Gary Bettman with his little spiels and the little intro video. And you can tell that this video right off the bat is an ESPN production. Because, yeah, the expansion draft coverage was not produced by them. It was produced by the NHL, and it was done poorly. I hate to rag on them, but man, that was a cringy and poorly produced show. It really was. But, I mean, you're looking at guys like Stutzla, and then there's, Atu Ratu, Sasha Pasajov. Yeah, the Malthest is there. He's probably going to be a pick in the later rounds. Dominic Moore was not the cringy part. Chris Fowler was. Chris Fowler was funny at times, but it just felt so forced. But yeah, he had personality, but he was just, some of the things he was saying was just cringy. Just, oh God. Oh. And there's the Hughes family. Jack Hughes just looks like he looks like your token frat boy. And if anybody is looking at that USA watch party, Livonia, Michigan, fun fact, is where Mike Modano was born. One of my all-time favorite players. Top 10 all-time for me. Possibly even top 5. Team Sweden in Plymouth, Michigan. Ron Francis, with his hands in his pocket, was missing a cigar and a glass of whiskey. Yes, he was. Because I'm going to tell you right now, he willingly took an awful team. He really did. So, Kevin Weeks. Oh, there's Mr. I Screwed the Rangers, Jeff Gorton. Oh, did you just see the gulp that Jeff Gorton took when Butchercross mentioned that he was drafting the first overall pick this time last year? Oh, God. Oh, Jeff. I don't know what you did to get yourself fired, whether it was distancing yourself from that statement that the Rangers made, or whether it was the fact that you just did not build up a team with any sandpaper grit, or just the Rangers absolutely falling apart because they had a clown of a coach. But wow, Jeff. Wow. I don't know what else to say there. Really don't. Because you could have been here, but you made a lot of questionable moves. You made some good draft picks. I like this draft start. I think it was COVID. Mike, I'm not sure of what you're mentioning with the COVID. If you can elaborate, just give me a little bit there, and I can go into that. But so let's see what's going on here. Your Ranger fans recognize him. They're Jim, who has brought that team back and struggled them the last 2 years, where they're on the precipice of round. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Jeff Gorton, but I don't like the Chris Kreider contract, and I'm not a fan of him right now just because we had to let go of Pavel Buchnevich. So for everybody that wasn't on earlier on, yeah, Knobloch did spell the end of them. I would say that I said even on here, on our previous episodes, I said when Knobloch came in and they absolutely just housed Philadelphia the way that they did in that game 9-0, that I knew that the team that Quinn had lost the room right then and there. So Seth Jones, first-round pick, number 32 overall, and a 2022 sixth-round pick for Adam Boquist, first-round pick, number 12, 2021 second-round pick, 44, and a 2022. Okay, so there's more to that deal than we were led on. Don't know what you guys think of this now, but looking at this deal now, I like this deal a lot better for Columbus than I do Chicago. So they flip-flopped picks and gave up Seth Jones for all of that. Oh, man. Adam Boquist, the flip-flopping of picks this year, first-round pick next year, and a second-round pick. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm liking what Chicago is doing. I don't know what Stan Bowman's doing on that. But yeah, I don't know if I like that at all. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. I'm not a big fan of that at all. I wonder when they're going to announce Eichel. I really do, because you got to imagine it happened. It's got to happen here. So, yeah. But trying to look at things here, trying to see if there's any updates on Eichel. Trying to see if maybe, let's see, Saravalli. Let's see if Frank Saravalli has anything new. Seth Jones has been, he said Chicago said that Seth Jones has been on their wish list for years. They gave up a lot for Seth Jones. They gave up a first-round pick next year, Adam Boquist. Second-round pick this year. I don't know. No, not necessarily announce it right before the pick. They can announce it well beforehand. I mean, trades happen. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know if Drury, I don't know what he's doing there. Rookie GM, I get it, you had to move Buchnevich, but don't move him in a salary dump like that. And if you're going to do that, go get Jordan Kyrou. Go get. I know that they needed bottom six. Go get Robert Thomas. Get Thomas, and take back a lesser prospect. Yeah, I think. I honestly do think that. I mean, that Seth Jones trade, there were a few teams in on it, so it's probably going to change up the draft a little bit. That's why mock drafts are. All right, I don't agree with you at all, Rick. I'm sorry, but Buchnevich was not a soft player. Was he the type of guy that would go and run and hit everything? No, but he was the type of guy that would win puck battles along the boards, and that's not soft. That's gritty. That's the type of player that you need. Pavel Buchnevich was that type of guy. Chris Kreider wasn't doing it. Chris Kreider, you'd get him doing that for a stretch of 10 games, and then for the next 20 to 30, he wouldn't do it. I mean, I really wonder what they were thinking We might not agree on anything, and that's fine. I just don't think I don't think Pavel Buchnevich was the problem. I think the problem was the fact that against Carolina, they didn't have depth. They didn't have when you have guys like Phil DiGiuseppe, Colin Blackwell, Kevin Rooney, Michael Haley, Brendan Smith. When those guys are playing meaningful NHL minutes, you don't have enough depth to win. Those guys aren't good enough. And everybody, Brendan Smith fought Tom Wilson. Yeah, but what did Brendan Smith do for the other 4 years of his contract with that team? He was out of shape in 2018, and everybody wanted him gone. Everybody wanted his head on a hockey stick paraded around Times Square. Nothing. He played all right with Jacob Trouba in 2020. Sure, yeah. When Smith and Trouba got put together after the dumpster fire of a pairing that was Brady Shea and Jacob Trouba, they started playing better. Oh, God, yeah. That'll be next. David Quinn shows up. Great. Let's put all the former Rangers regime on there and just stuff it in everybody's face. Yeah, the problem is, it just with someone like Brendan Smith is that he gives you the efforts. Like Brett Howden, he may give you the effort, and the intentions may be good, but the play has to match the minutes. And you can't be giving Brendan Smith top 4 minutes. They gave him top 4 minutes. How do you do that? You can't. You simply can't. He's just not good enough. I love Sam Cosentino, by the way. Just going to say that right now. Anthony and I, when Mark refers to what he calls Off the Post, that was Anthony and I's internet radio show from about 3 years ago. We were on Sports on the Go, one internet radio network, now called Worldwide Sports Network, I believe. I don't know. I don't really deal with them anymore. I'm going to shut up for a minute and listen to Elliot Friedman. Sorry, guys.
As you mentioned, the Chicago trade with Columbus was a huge trade. Buffalo has already made the one deal, as you guys talked about, and they're the team everybody now watches as they sit number 1 on the clock. I think there was at least one team that asked them if they would consider moving down from the number 1 spot. I think that team that tried to ask was Anaheim.
Can't see that.
I don't think it went anywhere. The Ducks are picking 3rd overall, but the Sabres showed no inclination to do it. I think another Sabres player, I haven't heard as much about Eichel today, because the price on him has been so high. I have heard a lot of talk about Sam Reinhart. I think Columbus has been around there at times. I think Florida's been around there at times. I don't think they've been alone. So Buffalo is a team that will remain to be hot, the spotlight on them.
Yeah, Elliot did his hair.
Again, for our American viewers, Elliot's a great follow on Twitter. He's our Adam Schefter. Follow him all night long to the very latest in hockey moves. Thank you so much, Elliot. So let's do it after a short timeout. It's time.
Oh, here we go. Anybody else a little nervous right now? Hi, I'm John. I'm nervous. Nice to meet you all. But yeah, I would definitely say that Elliot Friedman is a good follow. If you're not following him right now, you're doing yourself a disservice. But getting back to what I was saying before about Smith, you just can't have someone like that playing the minutes he was playing. You can't have guys like DiGiuseppe and Rooney, as well as Rooney played this year. He's not your ideal 4th-line center. He's really not. So, yeah, you need better players down there. All the teams that have won cups recently, just look at their bottom 6s, and you'll see much better players. And you know what, John June? No, I don't think some of my followers know nothing about hockey. I don't think some of our followers know nothing. I just think that people have different perspectives. I'm not going to agree with them. I don't like slandering players for no reason, but there are some takes I've seen where I question. But you know what? It's what we do. We have our opinions, we speak them, and just like mine, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. So, but yes, Robert Thomas would have made a ton of sense. He would have made a ton of sense. If you would have told me that was the play, if it would have been Robert Thomas for Pavel Buchnevich straight up, I would have been more than okay with that. I've been more okay with that. But I just don't get Sammy Blais. I get Sammy Blais itself for, like, if they wanted to trade a third-round pick and a prospect for him, let's just say a third-round pick and Carl Henriksen, or a third-round pick and Lauri Pajaniemi for him. Okay, fine. I understand that. I wouldn't be terribly happy about it. Wouldn't mind it. I'd be kind of meh in the middle. Like, okay, like I get it. They want to address grit. But all right, Rick, I'm going to address this. I'm going to tell you this right now. Everybody has the right to their opinions on this trade. And it looks like a bad trade. It looks like a salary deal. I don't think they got back enough for him. You just don't. And if you disagree, fine. Fine. I don't understand the people that call Pavel Buchnevich a bad player or soft. I will never understand you guys. I've been watching hockey and playing it for almost 30 years. So I know soft when I see it soft. I sat through the dark ages. I watched soft players. I know exactly what soft players are. I know the country club mentality. I've seen it. I grew up with it. But, yeah, I don't think Pavel Buchnevich is a soft player. You want to tell me that he's the type of guy that you don't think wins it? Okay. I mean, that's to be seen. It's only 25 years old. There's a lot of time on that. Listen, I'm not saying anybody has to like Pavel Buchnevich. I'm not saying you have to like him, but saying he's a bad player is just... You're not a bad player if you score at near a point per game pace. Even in this shortened season. You're just not. You're just not. And they had him on their top line for 3 seasons now. Why so hot for Eichel? I will answer that question. Jack Eichel is skating. He's going to be okay. And even if he were to have that surgery, the same surgery that Peyton Manning had, which he had at, 36, 37 years old, and playing in the NFL, which is a higher impact sport, where there's more damage to the neck. All right, I'm going to cut off first. No. All right, I'll finish that. Eichel's going to be fine. He's going to play, and he's going to be a good player, and he's not going to be a problem. If you can get a 1-2 punch of Zibanejad and Eichel, you are so much better off down the middle. And you have to do it now after you just traded Buchnevich for a salary dump. So I'm gonna let Gary Bettman have this for now until we see what this pick is. And then I'll evaluate the pick when it goes through. I have a feeling it's going to be Power.
Plan is to be with you next year to conduct the 2022 NHL draft in front of a packed house at Montreal's Bell Center. Yes, for the second straight year, not from our customary spot on the floor of an NHL arena. Rather, we are at the studios of the
Yeah, we get it, Gary.
And consistent with the future look at the draft, in addition to our partners Sportsnet and TVR in Canada, the 2021 NHL Draft is being broadcast in the United States by our new partner, ESPN. Welcome, ESPN, the Walt Disney Company. We also welcome another new member to the NHL family tonight. Picking second, the Seattle Kraken will make its first.
Sorry,
NHL draft
happy about ESPN.
The annual draft started in 1963. Over the years,
why are we doing a synopsis of how the draft came about? I'll give you guys a little history on the draft if you want. But why? Why? Come on, Gary. Let Buffalo make their pick. Jeez. You're clearly reading from a teleprompter. Like, you could see it in his eyes. Like, his eyes are like, where is the teleprompter? Straight in the middle? Oh, let me read this really slowly so it doesn't come out wrong. Hi, I'm Gary Bettman. Like Ron Burgundy, I read from a teleprompter. I hope these guys all have a great draft. The NHL draft started in the 1960s because the Montreal Canadiens decided to buy out a junior league so they can draft, or they could force John Beliveau to sign with them. Homestead rules were fun. That's why the Rangers did not win a lot in the original six. Neither did the Boston Bruins. Yeah. Yeah, Pierre Turgeon, 1987. Fun fact, one of my favorite Islanders of all time. I only have less than a handful of Islanders that I've ever liked while they were Islanders. Pierre Turgeon was one of them. The others, Pat LaFontaine, who is my number 3 favorite player of all time. Ziggy Palffy. And I would, probably LaFontaine and Ziggy Palffy are really, and Turgeon are probably the 3 I would say that I've actually liked while they were Islanders. I thought they were really good players, and they were entertaining to watch. Pierre was really good before the Dale Hunt. Well, Pierre was still good. I love Pat LaFontaine. If you want, I'll be right back.
Down the road, no doubt. I mean, listen, you looked at that size, you looked at the strength and complete package. You saw his family there, right? It takes a village. Mr. Beckett just talked about it.
On this episode of Filk's Jersey Collection, yeah, that's my man. That's my man. So I absolutely love Pat LaFontaine. Funny little story. My mother actually got to drink with Pat LaFontaine in his early days with the Islanders when he first came up. Okay, here we go. Let's see what this is.
On behalf of the Buffalo Sabres and all of our great fans, we are proud to select from the University of Michigan,
Owen Power.
Owen Power.
Yep. Knew it. Not a surprise. The least surprising pick in this entire draft. Now the draft really begins. Now the chaos can ensue. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff, they probably would have sent you there. They probably would have sent you to Rimouski. 30 viewers. Oh, 30 viewers for a second. Someone just left. I don't know what happened, but love seeing the viewer count rise. Thank you guys for tuning in with me. I appreciate it. I'm glad I'm not rambling to myself, which is awesome. You guys are keeping the comments coming. I'm loving it. Dave, you missed my mock draft. I can send you that in a text if you want. But my mock draft is 1 for 1. This was the one that I knew I was going to get right. So as soon as I start saying viewer counts, people start leaving. That's hilarious. But but this is the one pick that I knew I was going to get right. Let's see here. 1 for 1. I like this pick. I just think that I think he's probably going to be a Colton Parayko at the. Thank you, much appreciated. I think he's going to be a key cornerstone defenseman. I'm not. The good part about Owen Power, and the good part about him getting drafted to Buffalo, is that he doesn't have to be the guy. They already have a guy that's probably going to be a Norris winner one day in Rasmus Dahlin. So they don't have to have him worrying about being the guy. That's a good situation to step in because he could just go in there and play. The ownership's got to change. I mean, maybe not sell, but the ownership has to let a hockey guy come in, do their thing, and just handle the organization right. So I would say, if anything, you're looking at someone like Power being their number 2, really to complemented well by, or as a good compliment, I should say, to Rasmus Dahlin. And, you know, it was the Rasmus Ristolainen trade. It obviously makes sense. There were rumors that Matty Beniers could go number 1. I never believed that. But Ron Francis, no cigar, and Jack and Coke, by the way, or rocks glass with Jack. He is on the clock. Seattle Kraken's projected forward lines: Donskoy, Gordon, Everly, McCann, Yarncroke, and Blackwell. Oof, man. That's bad if Colin Blackwell's in your top 6. Brandon Tanev, Morgan Geekie, and Mason Appleton. I happen to feel that Mason Appleton or Morgan Geekie could play center and switch with Kyle Yarncroke. Then Carson Twarynski, yeah. Giordano and Larson. I like that pairing. Carson Soucy and Jamie Alexiak. I like that pairing. I think Vince Dunn will probably play on that second pairing over Carson Soucy. And then Soucy and Lausanne as a third pairing. That's good. I think it's Beniers.
From the Space Needle in Seattle, General Manager of the Seattle Kraken, Ron Francis, will make the number 2 selection.
He looks so proud of himself when he's saying that, Gary. Hey, viewer count's going up. Thank you, guys. Ronnie Franchise, what a player. Just broke Ranger fans' hearts in 1992, though. That 60-foot snapshot. Yeah. And I'm 2 for 2. Yep. 6'2", 175, left-handed shot. I mean, how do you – I just don't know how you don't take this kid. He just fits the part. He really does. I like what you're getting in him. I really do. 24 points in 24 games with Michigan, plus 21 rating. Bill McCall, funny enough, the scout there, was one of the pieces in the Alexei Yashin to the New York Islanders trade, which got them Zdeno Chara and Jason Spezza. Fun fact. But I'll stop doing a Pierre Maguire impression. We'll get back to Matty Beniers. Matty Beniers is a really good player. I got to watch him at both the World Juniors and at Michigan this year, and he's a hell of a player. He really is. He's gonna be a good player at the NHL level for a long time. He really is. Yeah. So I like this pick. I think that he'll do a very good job for Seattle. I mean, if timetable wise, I say he's up with them in probably 2 to 3 years. Yeah, I mean, he was really good in the NCAA this year. I'm not sure if he can go play in the AHL, but I would say 2 to 3 years. You're probably looking at for him. I think he can contribute right then too. I mean, if you have him as a number 2 center behind Yanni Gourde, I would say that he could be a good pick there. So I like this pick for them. I really think that it helps them get off to a good start, and they're definitely going to love this player in Seattle. I really do like that pick. Anaheim, I had Dylan Guenther. Let's see where they go. They're on the clock. They've got just over 2 minutes. So Sam's right. I met Sam Cosentino at the draft when Anthony and I had – that was up my story I was going to finish up, by the way. Anthony yeah, Rick. Everybody has a fantastic future. No, well, a lot of these guys do. In the first round, you got a real good future. I mean, obviously not every pick in the first round pans out. I mean, see, I just did it, but I just reminded myself of Hugh Jessamine. I feel like punching myself in the face for that one. But, yeah, Hugh Jessamine was a first-round draft pick of the Rangers back in 2003, and that didn't work out. Not at all. But, yeah, a lot of the players in the first round do have fantastic futures. They do. They're going to be contributors. They're going to come up, and they're going to be key pieces to their teams. So, if anything, I would say that you're looking at a quality at least number 2 center in Beniers. But I met Sam Cosentino at the NHL draft in Dallas in 2018 because Anthony and I, with our previous show that we had, went – Elias, yeah, another one. We went to the draft to cover it live for the radio station we were working for at the time, and I met Sam Cosentino there. I actually got to interview him, and he was just an awesome dude. Really nice guy. Spent a good 10 minutes with me. And interviews, you try to keep them to like 10 minutes or so, unless, it's like someone like Statboy Steven coming on as a guest for an episode. I love doing that. And yes, Everest, the Rangers, they definitely got fleeced. That was a salary dump. If they do not get Eichel, you are not going to have a happy fan base. You're not going to have a happy fan base. It's funny. It just... yeah, I don't know. It just you tend to wonder, because I'm just checking around for any updates yet on Eichel, but I tend to wonder if maybe their plan is Filip Deneau.
To another day where nothing comes easy.
Yeah, I don't know if they get Stamkos. Stamkos is just not
So here's to the makers and the masters.
That could be an interesting. I actually mentioned that a long time ago on Twitter, probably about a year and change ago, saying that if they got Stamkos, it could fit into their rebuild, and he's got a real good salary. It would actually help out. It would actually help out Tampa, help them move salary, because they've still got to move salary. Tampa Bay, and we'll do a little cap friendly here, because I don't know what their cap situation is right offhand. I think the ice cream man's going by. All right, so Tampa, they have projected cap space of $754,878. But Braden Point is going to want a raise from the $6.75 million that he's making after the season, because he's a restricted free agent after this 21-22 season. Andre Palat's $5.3 million comes off the books. Do they want to take him? Tyler Johnson Nobody. I don't know who's going to take that contract. Anthony Cirelli has got 2 years left on his deal. He becomes a restricted free agent. Okay, so Anaheim is about to make their pick. I will shut up.
Selection number 3 will be made by Executive Vice President and General Manager Bob Murray. Bob, you're up.
You're not a scumbag, Chris. Don't say that. Please don't.
The Anaheim Ducks are proud with the 3rd pick of the 2021 draft. Happy and excited to draft the Peterborough Pete's hockey team, Mason McTavish.
Wow! Did not expect that. Okay. Mason McTavish. So that means I am 0 for 2 because my Vancouver pick at number 9 is now spoiled. Oh, man. That is a big pick. No, Ziga, not over Beniers. Seattle took Beniers. I had Beniers at 2 on my mock draft. Chris Trabolsi, I could see Eklund. That was somebody I could have seen there. I had Gunther, but Filk is wrong. Probably one of many times Filk will be wrong tonight. And I'll stop referring to myself in the 3rd person because I'm not the rock. Yeah. Oh, I wish I was in that kind of shape. Yeah. McTavish just, oh my God. What a pick there, though. Max Comtois is a decent player, but Mason McTavish Mason McTavish at 3. That's high. Woo!
I love that. Off the cycle in the offensive zone. And listen, as the games went along, he got better and better. And I love the power that he showed. People don't recognize he was born in Switzerland, by the way, so people don't recognize that. That's to your point, how he was able to go over and play in the Swiss 2nd division and played very well.
Oh, man.
I saw a lot of tape on him. Beating goalies from distance. Slinging that wrister from behind him. He has an NHL shot.
Yeah, Mason McTavish is right.
He's absolutely
Kevin Reeks is right. Mason McTavish has an NHL shot. He's got hands. He's a good 2-way player. He's physical. He's size. He's got size. I mean, he's big. He just, yeah. I'm saying Brant Clark, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's Luke Hughes. Wouldn't be shocked if it's Luke Hughes. Then my mock draft is completely bombed.
So this real skilled defenseman, wonderful skater, now also has reach in his game.
Correct.
I like it because he's so young. So that makes the
Tavish.
And I love what he said to us in the room. He was talking about, hey, you guys are talking about Owen Power and this. What about me? What about me?
Who is that on the screen?
I love the confidence and swagger he brings to the table. You watch him.
All good, Ziga, by the way. I don't. I was just talking about how McTavish is just. I like McTavish. I mean, if they would have went McTavish over Beniers to Seattle, I mean, I personally wouldn't have done that, but I could understand it in a way. It's a little high, but mock drafts are mock drafts for a reason, and all these scouting sites and everything like that, everybody's got different opinions on players. They really do. It just – that's why I love the draft, because you might think one way of a player, and I think a complete opposite. And then a scout might say, hey, you know, I love this about this player. And another scout may say, well, this guy's skating stride is absolute dog shit and needs to be fixed. But this other guy may come along and say, that's so easily fixable. Why would you not take him? He's the most talented player available. Yeah, I just think it's funny that we just the variance in opinions and reports and content and context of things said about players. Just so much to put into it, and it's just such a hard thing to do. You got to give scouts a lot of credit. And not only that, but scouting staffs are pretty big. So it's a meeting of the minds constantly in these boardrooms back there. Like the clips last year of them taking Lafreniere and then the phone call to Schneider and stuff like that, and how JD and them were talking about Schneider, how they love how he plays. Like this is, he's big, he's tough, and he's skilled, and that's the type of player you need to play. You need to win in the playoffs. Like, yeah. Not only that, but I think they might have hit a home run with that pick. WHL Defenseman of the Year, Subway Cup winner, WHL Championship. World Junior Championship. Wow. I would be shocked if they took Wallstedt here or Casa. I'd be really shocked because, Blackwood, I'm not sold on him being an upper-level starter, but I still think he could be a good enough guy to win you 30 to 40 games. Oh, brother, what's going on? Am I behind or something? I hope I'm not behind. Draft party looking lit there. The Devils. Ugh. Blah.
New Jersey Devils are proud to present pick from the USA Development Program.
Luke Hughes. They did it. They did it. They did it. Yep, they picked Luke Hughes. So it's Hughes. Yep. Oh, here we go. I don't know if Eichel's going to get traded tonight now. I had a feeling earlier on in the day after what I saw that I think
the only downside to this deal is there's no more Hughes brothers, right?
Yeah.
This is a special time, obviously, for his family. It's a pretty high-end caliber player to have with his brother. I love to see the
4th overall. He goes ahead of his brother Quinn. Wow. That's pretty cool. I'm not obviously I don't care for the Devils. I don't care for Jack Hughes. But that's pretty cool though, to get the two brothers playing together. It wasn't really much of a reach of a pick. The reports were all over the place. Like they all had him in the top 10, but
trajectory is going to continue on that 45-degree angle. So the ceiling is massive for this guy. What's interesting about it is the fact that he played a large portion of the season on his offside. So now, when he transitions to
I don't know who said the Eichel thing. Did you? Hold on. I'm sorry. I just looked at something. Okay, so Chris Trabolsi, you said Eichel not getting traded tonight. Did you see something saying that, or I'm looking around and I'm not finding anything, or that's just your personal opinion? So if that's what you're thinking, you may be right. You may be right. And this ain't going to be a good night for Ranger fans. I think if the pick is made, I don't think they're going after Eichel. So.
Mobility is simply fantastic. It works well in today's transitional game. The other part is that confidence with the puck, the ability to do anything with the puck at any time. They've all competed against one another, so it's always going against that high level of competition within the family. The youngest guy, Wixie, exactly, always has to fight. Always, totally, no question about it. I love the fact that he's a defenseman. He's gifted enough offensively to make plays and generate offense. He can beat a forecheck himself.
Ian, don't know if you're a first timer or not. I think this is the first time I've seen your name come up in the comments, but Nice to have you. Welcome to the show. I'm not sure about how I feel about Ratu. I like Ratu. I do. I think there's upside. I could see them taking him. I really could. The scouting reports are all over the place. A lot of the mocks recently have him down in the 20s now, but I could totally see the Rangers taking him. Could totally see it. Chris Gavalis, yeah, Kravtsov hasn't proven anything, and I see top end skill from Kravtsov that I did not see from Buchnevich. Like Kravtsov reminds me of Kuznetsov, and the comparisons were made almost instantly the minute they drafted him. But I just see them. Yeah. Oh, Rocky Mountain Range fan. Okay, yeah, I think you follow me. Okay, yeah. All right, that's cool. Hey, that's awesome. Try to get some Twitter followers on here. That's awesome. I know Ariana. I don't know if she's on here, but Ariana is a watcher. She's usually a commenter on here, and she usually and she follows me on Twitter too, which is cool. Any of you guys, right down below, right there, 92 and 82 on Twitter. Yeah, I know. I'm a Gretzky fanboy, so follow me there. I'm always posting Ranger stuff. I post a lot of different stuff when it comes to like Rangers, Yankees, Giants, Knicks, anime, video games, wrestling. Post a lot of wrestling stuff too. Music, food. I post a lot of stuff, but you're going to really get a lot of Ranger stuff with me. I think the Rangers get Eichel, but my confidence is kind of waning unless they're waiting to announce this deal or still working on it, which they could still be. Yeah. Here we go.
An Ohio guy, a former captain of the Ohio State Buckeyes, and one of the best broadcasters in the business, ESPN's own Kirk Street.
Oh, Kirk Herbstreit. Wow. Mark is reminding me that I can click on the comment and comments tab and bring in a comment. So I will start doing those more. Exciting time. This young man's name I'm about to read is about to play for the most passionate. Yes, we do need physicality. That's why they went and got Blaine Gaudreau. So, wow! Oh, my mock draft absolutely sucks. Suck City. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Wow. Johnson went 5th. Oh my God. I think I'm having more fun with the players going a bunch of them. Bring all of the Malakas. Bring all of you guys. I expected him high, but not that high, Chris. No Everest. I think it's Dolan. I think Dolan sent a message down that they want toughness. I think he was pissed off. I think Dolan was the reason behind that statement. And I think this is the byproduct of it. I really do. My aunt worked for Dolan, and she said that Dolan was passionate about what he did, was passionate about his business, cares. But he was a pain in the neck to work for at times, as any boss is. But when he gets something in his head like this, yeah. Yeah. Mike, yes, everyone's draft board is off, and mine just sucks right now. So, yeah. Bruce, I think I've seen I think I've seen you in here before. I'm sorry, Mark usually handles the comments. So if you guys are not first-time commenters, and I'm asking if you guys are first-timers or first-time viewers, please, by all means, feel free to correct me. So, like I said, Mark usually handles all the comments and stuff. Mark's the one behind everything. This is the first time I'm doing it. I'm actually still getting used to everything. But, yeah, I don't like that trade at all. I don't. It hurts. It hurts. Ooh, this is an interesting one. So he didn't like when people make eye contact with him. You know what? I'm going to ask my aunt about that. The next time I see her, I'm going to ask my aunt about that. Yes, Kevin Adams is absolutely a square. You can see it. Yeah, you're right. It's not basketball, Chris. It's not. It's fun. There's no parity in basketball. I mean, thankfully, the Bucks won and the Raptors won, two franchises that one that we never seen before win. No need to be sorry about anything. I'm not sure what you're sorry about. I mean, I'm apologizing over here, actually, just because I just don't, like I said, I don't work the comments. So usually if you've commented before and you're not a first-time commenter or you're not a first-time viewer, just please let me know. I'm sorry. I like I said, I just don't work the comments normally. Mark does. He handles everything. So hopefully I am not rambling on too much. And if I am, just tell me to stick to the topic. I mean, I would rather hear the honest opinions on you guys. Just tell me to stick to the damn topic or shut the hell up when they're about to make the picks or something like that. I don't know. Chris, yeah. Steve Yzerman is a wizard. That's why I wanted Steve Yzerman over John Davidson. And I got a lot of crap for that because John Davidson's a New York guy. I like the job that John Davidson did, but I did want Steve Yzerman. I wanted him badly. I could see that. That's probably the case, Chris. Yeah, I heard that they're back. I heard that Anaheim was back in. I heard that Columbus was out on Eichel. They're in on Reinhart. So that'll be interesting to see. No worries. I have them taking Fedor Svechkov. I just think he fits everything that they want. I would not be shocked if it was Atu Ratu, though. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it. Again, if I screw anything up here, just bear with me. I'm just actually trying to figure out this stuff on my own right now. Mark is texting me here and there. Mark's at work. And Mark, by the way, thank you for the compliment before. Thank you for taking time out of your job and helping me with this, because I'm glad I'm able to do this. And I'm glad that people are still commenting and they're actually into it, because you know what? It's really tough to do something like this with one guy. Like it was hard for me to do our show with one guy because the comments weren't coming in and he wasn't like, it was just, it's easier to do this. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mike. I really do. We're going to get better at this. We're going to get more content. I'm going to start writing pieces online and stuff like that too for the website. This is going to take off. And hopefully all of you guys are along for the ride, because I think we've got something good in the making here. I really do. And yeah, you and I both are tired of Steve Yzerman absolutely putting the screws to the Rangers. If this was filled with vodka, I would chug it right now to drink to that. Chris, yeah, they're all good centers, and I think so. I think we'll be good. It's going to take a bit. Steven, I'm not sure. Again, another one. I think I've seen you before. I'm not sure, but thank you for commenting. We appreciate this. Ratu could be the steal if he does pan out because, again, like I've mentioned before, he was the consensus #1 overall pick for this draft for a while. When Kakko was winning World Junior Gold, Ratu was on that team. And he was a young player that made that Finnish national junior team, that U20 team. So he made the U18 and the U20. I'm trying to go. Okay.
Is 10-year-old Harold Washington Jr. Harold represents the thousands of
Ian, I will get to your comment in just a second. I'll start now because Gary's not going to shut the hell up. Okay, now here it goes. Sorry.
With the 6th pick in the 2021 NHL draft,
William Eklund.
From Frölunda, Sweden, defenseman Simon Edmondson.
Oh, they went with Edmondson. Oh my God! Wow. Oh my God, I was wrong on that. I had Edmondson at 5 to Columbus and was wrong. Can't believe this. But I can because Detroit likes European defensemen. They took Moritz Seider in 2019 when nobody thought they were going to take him. And Simon Edmondson and Moritz Seider would be an absolute nightmare to play against. You're playing against two guys that are 6'5", 200-plus pounds. They're mobile. They close gaps very well. They've got great length, and they can be physical if needed. And he can move the puck well. I don't know if Edmondson has the offensive upside, but I can tell you right now, in transition and in his defensive zone, he's going to be very good. So, Frölunda, yeah, Lucas Raymond plays on Frölunda. Yes. Who plays with Carl Henriksen, Rangers prospect. Ian, to get to your comment, I'm sorry. So, if you're Kevin Adams, you can't possibly go to bed tonight with Eichel on your team. I'm tired of this myth that he doesn't have to be traded. Yes, he does. I agree with you. I've mentioned that he has a no-movement clause that kicks in next July. If he's not traded by then you're looking at Jack Eichel controlling his entire destiny. He controls where he goes. And Kevin Adams has to know this. So he's got to lower his price. If the Rangers make this pick tonight, I have a feeling that it's not happening. But he's got to be traded one way or another. Let's see what Emily Kaplan is saying. Okay, so yeah. All right, so she's just doing that. I thought she had something. Okay. This one is funny. I hope Anthony is looking in because Anthony pops in on these from time to time when he's not on. So I like Anthony even though I disagree with him on everything. That's okay. He's an Islander fan. He's biased like we're biased. So he's one of those guys that he's always going to think super positive for the Islanders no matter what the situation is. He's always going to be the eternal optimist when it comes to them. Let's calm down. Drury knows what he's doing. Oh, you know what, Michael? If you have your faith in Chris Drury, by all means, go right ahead. But I think anybody who criticizes him has a reason to criticize him. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a bad idea. You risk him getting hurt again. You want him out of your hair, and I think it's a distraction. I think it's a major distraction, Mike. I really don't. Chris, my gut feeling is Rangers are making this pick. Chris, I think I'm with you at this point. Starting to see it because I'm not hearing anything about them doing anything. I need Hagen-Dazs. The anxiety for the last 6. I want to be like Anthony, optimist. I think Anthony will appreciate that one. Drury is a moron. To be seen. Don't like the Buchnevich deal. Can understand why people are saying it. They clearly want Kakko. That wasn't the ask in the picture. All right, so I'll go into my phone and I'll put the picture up. Come on, load. So as you can see there, they wanted Lundqvist or Schneider, Kravtsov, Chytil, and a first-round pick. Okay. I don't know. I don't think they do, but we will find out. Yeah, I don't know. Chris Travolsi. Dolan is going to push them to trade Kakko for Eichel. I hope not. Because now you have no right-wing depth. You have Kravtsov, and that's it. Who were you signing? Landeskog? I agree. I'm just not convinced anyone gives the Sabres the want, not leaving them much of a choice. Yeah. Adams has his back against the wall. I don't know how he could do that. Thomas Capolini. Another one. I don't know if you're a first-time watcher or commenter, but thank you. Name that I'm not familiar with. Again, Mark does all these. Mark does the comments. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he's going to take all the bad habits. I hope not, at least. My faith in Drury came into question when he introduced Gallant. I don't know. I wouldn't read too much into that. Yes, they laughed. I don't know why they laughed, but if the oh God, please do not drink any bleach. I do not want any people committing suicide or anything like that or self-harm. Nothing. Please don't. Palmieri is a good prospect. I think he's going to be a I think he's going to be a good, like, middle six sniper. Say maybe a third-line scorer, maybe a power play option. He's got a really good shot. I think if the skating is fixed, I think he could play in the NHL.
The San Jose Sharks are proud to from Djurgården, Sweden, William.
Oh, man, what a steal for them at 7. God, what a steal for San Jose getting William Eklund at 7. That's a great pick. Modern day Lindros. This saga is the modern day Eric Lindros saga. You have a organization and a player that are at odds with each other over the medical records, over the medical issue. Eric Lindros was called soft by Bobby Clark. They were at odds. Carl and Bonnie Lindros, his parents, were his agents, basically. Well, Carl was the agent, but were not. They were not liked by the Flyers. They were not liked by a lot of people. So, this saga is basically the 21 years later. It's Eric Lindros all over again, except in that with concussions, it's a neck injury. And it got aired publicly. It's the first time that something like this has happened since Eric Lindros in 2000. So this is not good. I can't see any way how Jack Eichel plays with Buffalo next season. I can't. I just can't. I still stick by it. I know Mark has mentioned it. He continues to bring it up. I can't see it. I can't see it. You'd be risking so much. Scarecrow the Fourth. Definitely never seen you before, but thank you. Appreciate it. No bleach, no Tide Pods. Please no self-harm. Please no self-harm. you want to come punch me in the face, I'd rather you punch me in the face than do self-harm. No. No goalie for Detroit. No goalie for San Jose, even though San Jose could use one. Guess it's a little too high for Wallstedt. Yeah, I love that pick for San Jose. I really do. Yeah, I like this pick a lot. I really do. He's just a dynamic player. If the clock stops, then you know it's a trade. So the clock continues to go.
Was a combine testing violation. You might have seen this go by a few times. Should probably let you know what it was for. Arizona did recoup a first-round pick, though, in a trade today, but that was the reason why they lost that first-round pick. It was a combine testing violation. Now, on to the LA Kings. Interesting organization here. Of course, a great decade, the last decade, as they raised a couple of cups. Now they're in the rebuilding mode. They got lots of
sorry, I'm a little silent. Just looking up stuff right now, guys and girls. Oh, the pick is in. They didn't make the Eichel pick. See history together with me. Yes. Let's make history together, everybody. Yep. Brad Clark. Wow. You know what's funny? I had Luke Hughes and Brant Clark flip-flopped. Go figure. Oh, Eklund. Oh, man. I had Eklund and Edvinson flipped. Oh, Clark. No, Steve, I wouldn't necessarily say that because Johnson's just a face puncher who barely plays. Martin, sure, but you need someone who's going to go back and hit him and send them a message. And Mayfield's a chippy defenseman. He cross-checked Kucherov and definitely broke one of his ribs. That was definitely why he was out. You know what? I don't know. I don't think it's entirely necessary. I don't think you should overreact the way that this the franchise has done so to the point where you're going out and you're making bad trades just to get depth. All the defense going early could be a good omen for us at 15. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Because who's still available is Chaz Lucius, Cole Sillinger, Zachary Bolduc, Matthew Coronado, Fedor Svechkov. Atu Ratu is still available. I mean, McTavish is not. I mean, all the guys that I have in my top 8 have been taken, funny enough, but they were just taken in a different order. Like a bunch of guys flip-flop. So my top 8 was close. I'm sorry, Dean. I'm not sure of what you were talking about. I must have missed it while I was looking at stuff. Bruce, we're going to give Drury a chance. Not sign all of our free agents, so we're working on bottom 6. This also means more of the guys will be. Yeah, and that's a big thing too. You have to manage the cap, and I understand it. I knew that Pavel Buchnevich was going to go. I just don't like the deal that was made. I don't. I just think that they gave up too much and got too little in return. That's all. Like if you would have told me that you were going to trade Pavel Buchnevich for futures, get a first-round pick, and go elsewhere, like yes. Hey, there you go. Jack Eichel is also available. Yes, he is, Mark. And Clark had a Wallflowers jersey. Yeah. I mean that's what to do. Anybody remember the Charlie McAvoy thing? How when he was drafted by Boston, they showed that tweet of Charlie that said I hate the Bruins. Yeah. Well, you gotta love how the Rangers are going to be simultaneously better through the draft and free agency next week. I hope so, Steven. I hope so. I really do. I hope so. Agreed on Buchnevich. Yes. I'm with you, Steve. The issue that refreshing Twitter is futile now. Whatever happens will happen on TV. Yeah, pretty much. You could say Marcus on his lunch break. Yes. Yeah, Boss Crokers is seeing me embarrass myself on the internet. It's awesome. I love it. You got to get Lisa Fitz there for that, though. That would be funny. That would be really, really funny, Mark. I didn't find dumping Butch in a salary dump. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Mike. I really am. It's sad that they didn't get enough for him. They didn't get enough. Like, I got more. Like, you would have told me that it was Robert Thomas in a second-round pick, and yeah, I would have been okay with that. I've made it. I'm a made man. Alex, welcome back, Alex. Yeah, it hasn't been the same the last couple of years. You're right. It's been like that for the better part of the last 20 years, though. There's been very rare time in which the two teams have both been good at the same time. So, yeah, you're right about that. You know the commercial is going to happen right before our pick. Yeah, that would be our luck. Seems like it's happened that way, except for last year. Last year was a good one, though. Thing is, we are trying. Everyone knew we were trying to make space under the Caps' G. Yeah, and that's it. It's just like with Kevin Adams in Buffalo and Jack Eichel. Everyone knows it. So there's no leverage. That's what happens. I'm just going to say it. I wish the Rangers. Barkov is a pipe dream. SS John Upants. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm sorry. Yeah, Barkov is a pipe dream. Barkov was a pipe dream when that Florida team decided to come out and redeem themselves this year, and they absolutely did. And you know what? They would have beaten another opponent that wasn't Tampa Bay in the first round. They would have. They absolutely would have. Whoa. Ziga, who? Whoa. Who said that? Ziga, don't toy with my emotions, my man. Please don't, buddy. I'm gonna have to slap you if I meet up with you and you're just toying my emotions. I can't believe Dylan Guenther fell to 9. Ah, my God. No, that's not. No. Ziga is not Anthony in disguise. But, guys, what insider said that, though? Like, who was it that said that? Or are you guys just playing a joke on me right now? Oh, Nick Mercadante. That guy's a troll. That guy's a troll. Yeah, Nick Mercadante. I don't. Yeah. He's a troll. He's not an insider.
What's really cool about this guy, at the end of the year, he goes into Brad Lauer last year. He says, what can I do to be better? How can I be a better goal scorer? Lauer says, Let me show you some pictures.
No, he's not legit.
A little bit closer to the net. You need to start utilizing that low ice and then take it out front. Use that body, lean into it, and use that great hand skill and type. We saw a couple of examples of that.
He's not really an insider. He's not.
He wants to improve. 16 years old, Lauer's not using you on the PK. You got to earn your job, son. So we went in all the meetings. He said, you know what, down the road, this is something I'm going to be able to do. So we learned it and learned it and learned it. Dave Barr takes him, puts him on the PK at the under 18s. No problem at all. He was so effective. Every time there was a PK, he was out there, and it was a highly successful penalty kill.
Yeah.
He is a constant learner, this guy.
Wait, Larry Brooks just posted it. No. No. Is it that Larry Brooks parody account that was NYR Brooksy? No, that's probably the parody account, because Larry Brooks' Twitter does, the last tweet he has was source reports that Jones sold jackets he would only sign an extension with Dallas or Chicago. When Stars dropped out, CBJ focused on Blackhawks. Yeah, I don't know.
Those guys are hard to come by. But when I watch him, he projects the inside of the top six forward for me. A little bit of a hybrid of a Ryan Nugent Hopkins.
Mike, who tweeted that? Do you know what account?
Let's go. Right. The Ottawa Senators, as you see, are now on the clock, followed by the Columbus Blue Jackets.
I mean, we talked about the whole refreshing Twitter thing before, but
There it is, Beuvillier, the first Seattle Kraken draft pick at number 2 overall, Seattle. Why Beuvillier?
Ron, congratulations.
if Nick Mercadante breaks the Jack Eichel trade, oh no. Oh no. Fuck that. I don't even care if I'm cursing. Fuck that. No. No goalie.
What do you think his upside is? Like, how high is the ceiling for a Matty?
I would be okay with losing Keandre Miller. I like Keandre Miller. I question the hockey sense at times, but he's young. Nobody wants a goalie. Brody, why would you even try to speak this into existence, my man? Are you trying to throw me over the edge? Do you want me to dive head first out of my window right there? Because I'll friggin' do it if that happens. Yes, Nick Mercadante is a troll. Do not read into it. If Eichel happens, and I don't even know what the hell I'll do if he actually broke Eichel. Yes, Nils Lundqvist is absolutely a better prospect than Keandre Miller. Keandre Miller is not really a prospect anymore, but Nils Lundqvist, yes. I think he's legit. Not a lot of guys can rip a wrist or top cheese in blue line like Nils Lundqvist. You're right. But you know what they don't also have? They don't also have that big bomb that he has. Oh, my God. I agree with it. I agree with you here. You know what? And that's one thing that really bothered me about Keandre Miller. And I like Keandre Miller. I do. But leading in from your comment to Rick, to Steve's comment, he isn't a physical guy. I've got Ottawa taking Wallstead. I don't know how much more he could fill out, though. Yeah, I would agree with you here, Steve. It's a lot of physical stuff. he's also a forward. He grew up playing forward, and he developed into a defenseman. What? What? First off the board pick. Oh, man. Tyler Boucher. He wasn't even mocked in the first round by a lot. Oh, my God. Chris, where did you see this? Chris Trabulsi, by the way, where did you see this? I'm just curious because I didn't see. And sorry, forgot this. Yes, Nils has a Stamkos-esque type bomb from that left circle on the off wing. No worries. I thought you meant Nils. That's my bad. You're not the first person I've seen this. Mark has said it, and other people on Twitter that follow me. Guys, again, I'll throw it back up there, right down there, 92 and 82. If you guys ever want to talk hockey, I'm on Twitter a lot, so follow me. I'm always posting stuff about the Rangers. Yes, but those jerseys, the new jerseys that they brought back this year, are sick. They're awesome. I love them.
That's the way the league's going. We're all looking for those kind of players. We see the playoffs. It leaves us all leaving, wondering how do we get a guy like that.
Exactly. How's your one-legged lug game these days?
Yeah,
can you blame him? I'm bamboozled by it.
So yeah, great for the family. Tyler, another college hockey player taken here in the NHL.
Thank you, Dean. Much appreciated. By the way, anybody who follows, I follow back. I'm not one of those guys that's going to ignore it. I definitely check my follows. I'm going to follow back. So that's definitely something I do. I always make sure I follow the people who follow me, especially if I know that we have common interests. Even if it's not hockey related, you can see all the other stuff in my bio I post about. I just love talking. Obviously, you can tell at times I can't shut the hell up. Like if I've got something to talk about, I can go. I'm probably a bad date for that reason. Otto clearly went blotto. Oh, Columbus. Wow. Columbus via Chicago. I have Chad Lucius here. I'm going to make the pick, and then I'm going to go right back to your comments, guys. Cole Sillinger. I had Chad Lucius, but my next pick at 13 for Calgary was Cole Sillinger. So let's see if they flip-flop again, because I'm off by like just that much. Okay. Ziga. Yes. That's what fans do. Fan is short for fanatic. Fanatics can go from the extreme high to the extreme low. We can go from happy as a pig in shit to the sky is falling. So it happens, man. It happens. But yeah, I was not happy about this deal. I'm still not happy about the deal. But if it gets me Jack Eichel at the end of the day, okay, I understand it then. If not, or if you're not getting some sort of top-end talent, what are you doing? This I agree with you on. If you're going to stop being a Ranger fan for something like that, that's ridiculous. Don't talk to me then at that point. If that's going to make – listen, I sat through the dark days. And anybody who's old enough here to have sat through the dark days with me knows how bad things were from 1998 to 2004. So if you could sit through that and you could sit through 9 years because of the lockout of not seeing your team make the damn playoffs, then yeah, you can sit through this Buchnevich trade. Yes. That's going to be awesome. I'm loving it. Daniel Bryanson is probably going to debut at the Arthur Ashe Stadium Grand Slam show, and I will be going to that. So I'm friggin' excited. Wrong. WWE was money during Daniel Bryanson's Yes Movement days. Chris, I love Tool. Undertow and Enema and the self-titled Undertow, Enema, and Lateralis were all amazing albums. And even Fear Inoculate was really good. Do you really, come on, Chris T, do you really have to screw with me like this? I can't even imagine, Dave. Can't even imagine. So you know how bad it was. You know how bad it was. It's like this whole, oh, I don't want to sit through this anymore. Oh, Buchnevich is gone. I'm gonna cry and I'm gonna stop being a Ranger fan. Stop. Go away then. We don't need you. Yes. I don't. You know what? Listen, if you're a casual fan, it's fine. I have no problem with that. But if you call yourself a diehard fan and you're gonna boycott a team over them trading away a player like that, I'm sorry. My hat goes off to you, Mike, because that was hell. That was hell. Oh, Ron Lowe. Oh my God. Vitaly Yeremayev, Valery Kamensky, Jeff Toms, Gail Purinton, Igor Ulanov, Tomas Klocek, Brad Brown, Stefan Quintal, Sylvain Lefebvre, Kirk McLean, Guy Bear. Geez, I could go on and on with names. Mike York, Theo Fleury, not even just the Roman Endor, Brad Brown. I said Brad Brown already. Ken Jernander, Johan Vidal, Johan Holmquist. I mean, JF Labe. Like the names, just, oh my God, terrible, terrible players. Yeah. Yep. I'm with you, man. I let this team consume my life. I'll be the first to admit it. Let this team absolutely consume my life. The good, the bad, the ugly. We're all there, buddy. We're all there. That's what we do. It's what we do. It's like when Goku is on the down and outs against Jiren or Frieza or Cell or anybody, and he takes that spirit bomb and everybody comes together and they give him his energy and he comes back and he friggin' wins. That's what we do. We're Rangers fans. We take the shit and we deal with it. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not good. Lateralis is a gem of an album. Gem of an album. But Undertow is my absolute favorite. Prison Sex is probably my favorite Tool song. Absolutely love that song. Absolutely love that album. The self-titled one is great. Opiate, Hush. Absolutely love. Ugh. So, yeah, I don't. I know that stuff was a tongue-in-cheek shoot, but Daniel Bryan was ratings back then, and you're wrestling nerds. Look at the ratings now. The ratings are shit for WWE. Shit. The booking's awful. The content's bad. You're losing guys. Daniel Bryan's a get for AEW. Whether anyone likes it or not, he's a get. He's an absolute get. Yeah, I love Tool. I love Maynard. I liked Perfect Circle. Murder Noms was an awesome album. Been a big Tool fan since the 90s. So I definitely want to see them before they retire. I've never seen them before. Might have to invest in some Mary Jane while I do that. I don't need to believe in Drury. I believe in Gallant. I think we all do, buddy. We all do. We all do. Joe Graves, new one to the channel. I see in terms of at least comments. I don't know about views, but thank you for tuning in with me here. Yeah. Okay, Ziga. Unfair. It's John Cena. It's John Cena. But you can't say Daniel Bryan wasn't money for WWE. Like that, you're comparing apples to oranges. Oh, Lefebvre. Awful. Awful. Just awful. Matthew Coronado, Long Island guy. Yeah, buddy. Good for you going to Calgary. So I was wrong about Kaz Lucius is going to fall. 14 is Philadelphia. So yeah, Baroness Duck stuff. Ooh, that was bad. That 2000-2001 season, the Rangers were in fourth place in the conference. Theo Fleury was leading the league in scoring. Brian Leach was about a point per game. Was leading all defensemen in scoring. He ended up leading all defensemen in scoring that year. The checkmates line was great. Nedved was just under a point per game. Messier was a 60-point guy. Adam Graves was on his way out. But, I mean, like, a lot of things were looking up and up there, even after the Vladimir Malikov injury, which hurt them so badly. They just never got a defenseman at the deadline like they should have. And they just lost it because Richter blew out his ACL in February, going post-to-post, I believe, on Steve Sullivan in a game against Chicago in February. And that was it. That was the beginning of the end. Fleury went into substance abuse shortly after, and then everything just fell apart from there. Just fell apart. I am also an 85er, Ziga. Roman Endor was horrible. JF Labe was also horrible. Yeah, I did not like that at all either, and I was there for it, and I was not happy about it. That was not a sweep. That was a 5-game victory. That was awesome. That's awesome, Brody. Punk is absolutely the bigger get. He's got mainstream crossover value. You're right about that. I am jealous, and I kind of hate you right now for that. And I hate you in the most loving way possible. But I'm extremely jealous. I want to see Tool. All-time hockey! Yes, Steve. They brought their fucking toys again. Yeah, well, it's better than playing with themselves. They're too stupid to play with themselves. Want to rub it in some more, Chris? I mean, please, just rub it in some more about how you've seen Perfect Circle and Tool, and I haven't. Kintal was a joke with us. He was awful. Yeah, I get it. There is a lot of flips and stuff like that. That's why I watch New Japan. There's a lot of great wrestling that doesn't involve the aerial stuff. But AEW is far more exciting than what WWE's got going, and they will get better. You're right. They do need to tone down the high spots a bit. Yeah, major yikes. Yeah. I don't know if anything wakes Vince up, Ziga. I really don't. Yeah, it's either him or Punk. Yeah. Yeah. Because the game that they lost, they actually lost on a Mark Stahl own goal. I think it was John Madden that scored it. And John Madden tried to throw a pass across, and it hit off Mark Stahl's skate and it went in, and they lost it on that.
Super excited. So, really cool, really special.
Luke, of course, you've worn the same number as your brothers at the U.S.
Yeah.
Development Program. Now you're actually
I like this, Chris. You're just going to rub everything in. This is great. Fleury was fire on those garbage teams. He was. Like I said, he was leading that 2001 team. He was leading the NHL in scoring in 2001 for a while. And then he went into substance abuse, and then Yager took over, and that was it. Yeah, we probably could. If you're, like I said, you want to go to Croker's one day, I'm down, man. We'll talk. Yep, the Mark Stahl goal. I'm pretty sure it was John Madden, if my memory serves me correct. So Buffalo is picking at 14. Who are they picking at 14? They got Philadelphia's pick. So Buffalo via Philadelphia. Yeah, the Theo with the chicken dance thing with Cairns, Sandy McCarthy. That was great. Yes, yeah. They used to chant "Crackhead Theo" at him, which was classy from the Islanders fans. Yep. We all remember that goal. That was awful. We brought back Wolford. Yes, we did, and that was just not a good experiment. You really gotta fuck with me like this. Come on. Yes, you're right about that, Joe. MLW does have some good stuff. Draft goalies and trade them in contenders. Are we talking about the New York Islanders? Because that's what they do. Yep. That's Buffalo's gimmick. Yep. Yes, please smash the like button, subscribe. Turn on your notifications for us. We're looking to do that. We're looking to expand and grow. Follow us on Twitter. The Twitter can make it better.
The Buffalo Sabres are pleased to
Let's see who Buffalo selects.
in the Swedish Hockey League.
Whoa! Isaac Rosen. I had him at number 28 on mine. I've seen him as high as 21. Holy crap. Wow. Oh. And yes, follow us below at All Things Ranger on Twitter. I know it's not the S, but it's there. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. Rosen, that's 14 picks higher than I had him. I know the Athletic did their mock draft and had him at 21 to Boston, I believe it was. Yeah, 21 to Boston. I can't believe he went this high. Get back to the comments. Yes, I do. I do that. They are garbage. Their ownership is stupid. Aldis needs to go somewhere where they're actually protect him, because the NWA title means something now. And if he goes to the WWE, they'll squash it. And that would be stupid. You and I both. You and I both, Chris. Panic mode. Yes, Dean. This year was going to be an all-over-the-place draft. Yep, Ziga, definitely. Draft is weird. This is a crapshoot draft. Been saying it for a long time. 7 minutes. Now, yeah. 8 minutes, yeah. Ranger Rick Spoof might want to buy that off. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth is deep breath, fellas. Moment of truth is upon us. Yes, it is. Yeah, I like our future. I do. Enzo, glad to have you. Looks like I've seen your comment, name in the comments for the first time. So thank you for coming along and tagging along with us here. If they go for the goalie, oh man, get ready for everybody on social media to absolutely rip this franchise apart. Everybody is going to rip this franchise apart.
I'm not sure, but I think it'll be either one of those two. All right, so Dallas looks like they moved down. Detroit moves up to 15 to pick next in front of the Rangers. St. Louis, Winnipeg. There's Steve Yzerman, Little Caesar Arena, where they have their draft room assembled this evening.
Wait, so trade, yeah. Here we go.
Well, you acquired a Velkovic, and you're trying to wonder, you give him a 2-year deal, you wonder if he's going to be able to carry the mail for you. But I always say,
so Detroit moved up.
Because they take a little while to get there. That 3 to 5 year.
I wonder if they circle around the Kuznetsov. I would think that the Rangers would not want Kuznetsov, so.
Why not have we convinced you yet? Talk to us. Talk to the world.
Where is a comment? I'm trying to remove this comment, sorry. What if they go for the goalie?
Yes.
Yeah, Chaz Lucius. I wonder if Detroit's going to take him here. I don't know if it's for sure, guys. I really don't. I would think maybe because, I mean, Detroit likes scouting in Sweden. They've got a lot of scouts stationed there. So it does make sense they take Wallstedt, but no.
Let's find out what Steve Yzerman's doing with the second round pick.
Dallas is trading pick number 15 to Detroit for picks number 23, 48.
Oh, man.
So Dallas sends 15 to Detroit for 23.
Yeah, the suspense is going to kick in, right?
Second round pick and 138. So Detroit, you're now on the clock.
So there it is. So Detroit, the pick isn't quite ready to go, but I imagine it'll be done quickly. When you make a trade like this, Jeff, you know.
Okay, so the Stars give the Red Wings to move up from 23 to 15, give up the 23rd pick, then a second-round pick and a fifth-round pick. That's not bad. I mean, the Rangers, you have a extra second-round pick. If that's what it was going to cost to move up that many spots, why didn't they try to move up to the top 10? If they weren't going to use the pick on Eichel. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? Yep. Yeah, they're dragging it out on us. No, Dave, nothing happened to the pick yet. Detroit's still on the clock at 15. The Rangers are technically the 16th pick because Arizona forfeited 11. So what I was saying is that if you have an extra second-round pick, which you got from the Butch Neighbors trade, and that's all it costs to move up, and the Rangers were going to pick in this draft, why not go take that pick and move up? You know, unless you were going to trade for Eichel, which is still technically possible, even though it looks like it's probably not going to happen because we're just, you know.
Are you jealous of Steve Eisenman's rope that he has in Detroit? Spends a lifetime contract up there. Yeah, go for here 2 days. He's earned it. Yeah. And of course, like you said, what he's done in Tampa Bay and what the result has been since
yeah.
Somewhat of the same game. But here we go. Sam, we look at who's at the
Oh, man, freezing cold takes. Hold on. Oh, kicking the nuts, man. That is true. It is a second next year, but you can trade it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Mark.
If you come to the determination that it's immaturity, you're looking at probably one of the
right now he's looking like one. He is.
They're not unforeign to the country there. So he's a guy there that might have some interest here if they don't go pieces with.
You know what else might be my way? Let's go back home to Pickering, Ontario. Brennan Hoffman. Just keep an eye on Brennan Hoffman. Clayton Flynn. Yeah. Gary Bettman introduced this
For the 15th select.
Wow, they went Coulson instead of Wallstead. Wow. Jeez. There goes the Edmonton backyard theory.
lower lip, he says, I'm going to learn from this guy. And he learned about preparation, warming up, cooling down, stretching, eye exercises for the goaltender. And as a result of that, he grew, and that mentorship grew.
Danny, you know what? You might be afraid. You can be afraid of it because, yeah.
So he walks in the Lauer's office and says, I'm going to take those games.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, guys. I did the wrong thing there. All Things Ranger is Mark's account. So.
Pretty amazing stuff for this young man. At 6'6", he always fits the category for an NHL general manager. It's not too small.
Exactly. There's a lot to chew on here. Keep in mind, we saw Steve Eisenman, what he did with his archetype and what he did in building Tampa Bay Lightning. They drafted Vasilevsky. We talked about that. Well, he strikes again. He goes for
yeah, I'm just shocked by this Kosa thing. I'm just updating my results of my mock draft, and my mock draft is just awful. I probably picked like the worst year to do a first-time mock draft. I've got 1, 2. The only 2 picks I've gotten correct so far were the first 2 picks. That's it. Oh man, I picked it. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I said Fyodor Svechkov, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Atu Ratu. There's other guys that are still available. I would have to wonder if they make this pick and then they trade for Eichel afterwards. But here we go.
We'll say that whether or not you believe taking a goal in the first round is right or wrong. What he did do was he traded up the guy that wasn't going to be there, right? So he made a trade that this guy wasn't going to be where he wants.
Jeez.
Who's on deck? The Rangers are on deck. Jeff Gordon was in that room the last few years. Now it's Chris Drury at the microphone to make his first selection. Running the Rangers. 16th selections by Tarasenko. Tom Wilson.
And I was just looking for your comment. Thank you for bringing it up again, because you were right. And, yep, commercial. Oh, the awkward commercial with Alex Pietrangelo and his wife making those awkward, doofy faces in the car. Yeah, pretty much. They pretty much hijacked it. Ratu was a dream like 2 years ago. The Rangers were never going to get hit. Now all of a sudden, boom. Yeah, Drury's giving in his card. There's not going to be an Eichel trade. There's not going to be an Eichel trade.
Severe storms could be a nightmare. Now you can patch huge holes, seal up roof leaks, easily fix busted downspouts, and replace loose siding. Floods can destroy your home. Push flex base deep into wet surfaces to help prevent flood damage. With the Flex Seal family of products, you can patch, bond, seal, and repair. Even the worst conditions are no match.
Man.
For the Flex Seal family of products. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
Oh my God.
The world's most delicious snacks from nuts.com. Something truly magical happens. Freshness. Your choice of fresh nuts, dried fruits, sweets, and treats are hand-selected.
Yeah, Chaz Lucius would be a good one. Can't go wrong there. No, Ziggy, you're right. I mean, it can still happen. Yeah, Ian, you're right. Yeah, he hates you, wants to leave. You burned your bridge with him, and now you're doing that. Oh man. Kevin Kennedy. Yep. Yeah, the finished. You could call it the finished production line. See what I did there? Yeah, I know. Full of bad jokes. Up, picks in. Oh, let's see this, guys.
Chris Drury do now with the Rangers selection, the first pick? The pick is in Commissioner Gary Beck.
Oh my God.
The 16th selection in the
Here we go.
draft will be made from the MSG Training Center in Westchester, New York. New York Rangers president.
We can't draft Jack Eichel, right?
Chris?
I know, I'm kidding. I can't.
The New York Rangers are proud to select from the Flint Firebirds, Brennan Othman.
Why? Oh my God, why?
you think that he's always been the sidecar. He was to Shane Wright with the Don Mills team, and then he goes to the Lindgren team. Yeah, you got Wright and Bernard there doing their thing over there, and often just quietly going about his business. And he really grew on Coach Dave Barr there because he started out and they were wandering around a little bit, positionally out of play, alongside of the puck, and Dave Barr turned him up and said, "Hey, you want to remain on that top line? You better get going here, young man." And that he did. So he's proven that he can
he is.
but also play an elite style of game. His hands are really good. The skating is improved. And I remember going to a private skate and remembering from the under 16 days, and I'm saying to myself, wow, this guy's grown a bit. He's skating a little better. Some other skaters said the exact same thing. What's really cool is that him and his mom got together and they're trying to find a better nutrition program for him. They don't want to spend thousands of dollars like some of these guys going to train. So they find a local guy, and during the pandemic, he sets up a gym in his garage. And Brendan says, I want to drive 45 minutes. I want to use that time to work out 10 minutes from the home. He goes, I don't want to hang out with the guys and be distracted and skate and laugh and do all that kind of stuff. I'm serious about this. I got to go after it. And he did. And he just trained by himself in that garage gym. Might have got a little lonely at times, but you know what? It worked out pretty well now.
The New York Ranger, he is, no question. My sister and brother-in-law live in the area of Pickering there, and I can tell you, knowing his uncle, Rob Hoffman, used to play with us with the Toronto Red Wings. There is a bullpen.
Hey, Filk.
How do I
think I'm already in.
hear you?
Hold on here. You just
I can't hear you, Mark.
Go press the second button on the right. On the
Text me, Mark. Text me.
All right, hold on.
I can't hear you.
All right, hold on, I got it. Fuck. Oh.
I don't.
And I know you got to get me out of here now.
I'm trying to get Mark. What? How do I let you in? I'm sorry. It might. I just. If they're gonna trade this pick for Eichel, then yeah, but I'm just. This is just not good. Another winger. I just. I don't.
That might be what teams are doing, and Doug is being known to do that. Wait, listen to what teams are saying. So I would look for that. Some GMs right now, the next few guys to listen, maybe the call comes in, and you got 2 extra picks.
I'll tell you what.
I believe Mark is vaccinated, actually.
A lot of outstanding pieces, some younger players down the lineup taking big strides, and you look at their team. Perhaps they end up making a trade at some point here around Tarasenko, perhaps they don't. But either way, they still have a really outstanding team, I believe. They still have the pieces in place to protect. Think about Vince Dunn being gone. Then you think about this next tier of defenseman. Carson Lambos comes into play. Corson Coolman's had a great under-18s, a good skater, an offensive type of guy. Daniel Chega had an up-and-down sort of year. So now we're moving into that territory where the goalie, the second goalie, Ballstat will come into play. But that second tier of defenseman, and that they'll start coming off the board here before too long. They lost in the first round each of the last 2 years since winning that cup in 2019. Commissioner Gary, then.
The 17th selection in the 2021 NHL Draft will be made from the Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri, by St. Louis Blues President of Hockey Operations and General Manager.
This is just bad.
St. Louis selects from Ruski, Zachary Bolden.
And all the hats there, just in case, you can pick up the blue notes. Still, I think the best logo in all of sports. I love the blue this week. This guy's a real slippery player. Not a skill that got strong established time ago.
Yeah, beautiful skater, lots of talent.
You were in there.
Played with Lafreniere, 30 goals as a 16-year-old. So he's been on the map a little bit, but maybe a little bit undersized. But as he gets a little bigger and stronger, he's got all kinds of talent. He could be a real top 6 player for somebody.
I thought it was really underrated. And a lot of people I talked to, but there's a game I remember doing back in December playing against Drummondville, and he scored goals in 3 different ways. And I was so impressed. This guy's mitts are silky smooth.
I don't know what to say, guys. I don't know what to say. They just drafted. They just drafted another winger. Another winger for
Isaac Belleville, Alexis Lafreniere was unbelievable, over 30%. And then he came back the second year.
I don't get it. Yeah, Nick Mercadante is a troll.
All right. Are you hearing this? Are you hearing?
So hold on.
Now?
Like Kaplan with more from Columbus.
What I have heard about Zachary Bolduc is that he is a great.
Mark, you muted your own mic.
I know. I was unmuting it, and then we kept
muted your mic. That's what it says. I'm trying to unmute you.
Okay,
you chose
do it
to,
again. Because I had it that it was muted.
There's no.
Mute it again. Do it again.
It's not coming up. Oh, hold on. Say something. Hold on. What the hell is this thing doing to me? Unmute your mic.
How about now?
There we go.
Okay, there we go. So, if I could just give my thoughts about today, because now we have a clearer picture about today, which is, so we now have the message we're changing around the bottom of 6, and Jack Eichel is now not coming. Either Buffalo fucked this thing up royally, which they did, because they still have a disgruntled superstar, and they're in full rebuild mode, and they're not getting anything for him right now. So my prediction's right on that. The Rangers stood pat. They still have all the players that we did want to trade away. So we're fine with that as well. But the thing is it's starting to be Eichel or bust. So now what? I mean, do they think guys are further along than what they think? I don't know. But David's on the podcast with me right now. There you go.
Where all the white women at?
I mean, John, this is crazy, right? How does Buffalo not make the trade?
I don't understand it. I really don't. I think it's stupid. I think Kevin Adams is an idiot. I honestly think that, you know what, you don't do that. And I don't like Brennan Othmann at all. I don't. I just there. It feels like they drafted for grit, like specifically for grit, and decided that we're not going to get skill. So like Ziga wants to buy me a beer or 8. I might need 7.
Yeah, we might need a whole bottle right now. I'm only giving. Is probably getting shot because of me. So, just for everybody, what can you?
What'd you say? You broke up there a little bit.
What can you tell us about Ottman that makes him at all valuable?
I mean, he played for the Flint Firebirds in the OHL last year. Really didn't have a great year, but he was like a 16-year-old turned 17 midseason. You know, he played in the Swiss League this year. Not really anything like big skill. No. What he reminds me of is maybe of a guy like Adam Deadmarsh. That's what I would say. Maybe comparable to an Adam Deadmarsh. I don't know I don't know why they valued him this way, but I can't see drafting a wing when you need another center. Like there's got to be something in the works. There's got to be something in the works because you can't just trade Popovich away, not get Eichel, then draft a wing and not even address the center situation. Are you going to get Philip Deneau? If you're gonna go get Filip Deneau, okay, understand it then. But I right now I don't understand this.
Yeah, but is he really? If they get Filip Deneau, then they're looking at him as a 3C, and they're not dealing Ryan Strome, correct?
No, they wouldn't deal Ryan Strome then. Then probably the idea at that point would probably be to sign Ryan Strome long term, and I would say somewhere around $6.5 to $7 million for Ryan Strome, because that's probably what it's going to cost, because he's going to get a raise over his 4.5 that he's making right now. So I don't know if you can you invest in that, and then you have Mika Zibanejad. Can you invest? I don't know, $8-9 million to Mika Zibanejad. There's 6 or so to Strome, and then another 5 to know. I don't know how you do that. I really don't. Somebody's got to go at some point.
Well, here's what I'll tell you, John, and that's no matter what, the real losers today are New York Ranger fans and all the Ranger podcasters who have to talk about Jack Eichel for another year. This is just ridiculous. Like,
I don't think maybe it's not another year, but it's like
it's one day too long.
One day too long. You're right.
I mean, this trade should have been done. It should have been over with. This should have been it. All right. But so I'm going to let you get back to everybody else. And yes, Chris, exactly. Another year of Jack Eichel. And you know what? I'm not actually going to kill Drury about this today. I will say I'm disappointed. We'll see how everything measures out the rest of the offseason. And especially when we with the guy who's going to be changing everything, Gerard going. Much more to talk about. I will see you guys soon. Phil, keep it up.
You take care, Mark. I couldn't hear what Mark was saying there. I don't know if you guys did, because he was just breaking up, and it sucks. It sucks. I mean, if they were looking for too much, then I'm glad that he didn't give it up. But I just don't like the pick. I'm not thrilled by the pick. I'm really not. You know what? You took a center there, fine. But Dean, thank you for joining us. By the way, I mean Dean's in Greece, so I agree. I thank him for coming on, staying up to 5 a.m. to do this with us. Thanks a lot, Dean. I appreciate it, man. That's dedication, my man. That really is. But I mean, if we got to be patient to get Eichel and not give into Adams' games, and it doesn't seem like anybody's making the deal for him right now. It seems like Adams is being an absolute idiot. I guess it's worth it in the end, but I'm not going to lie to you. It's really annoying that they were supposedly close, and then Drury didn't want to pay that little package for him. I mean, I don't know. And I think they will be, but it's rough, especially when the mandate is you got to win. I just wonder what they're going to do. Gotta love having somebody from Athens here. It's awesome, Dean. Thank you. I think he lives there, Chris. I don't think that's his vacation. Unless you're talking about being out of the U.S. as a vacation, which it definitely can be. The moves today are inexcusable. But, yeah, too bad. Yeah, I just – oh, man. Oh. Yeah, I get it, but the numbers in junior really aren't eye-opening. It's scary for I don't know. I'm torn on this. He could end up being a really good player, but I just why was there not a center taken? Yeah, not a vacation. He lives there. That's awesome. Thank you again. And to all of our other international fans that are up right now, anyone else. I know we had a Finnish poster before. We've had Aussies in here. It's awesome. Thank you guys a lot. Appreciate it. Adding Gaudreau, losing Buchnevich makes them a worse team. What do you say? Yeah, I agree with that. You got to get something now. Could Landeskog be in the cards? Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, Chris. It really is tough. Yeah, that's what the highlights are saying. I don't know. I'm just kind of torn on this. You too, Dean. Take care, buddy. Yeah, but that's because the coach was a clown and misplayed him and put him on the wrong lines and didn't have him on the power play. Chris Kreider was a no-show for half the season. Chris Kreider was a no-show for pretty much outside of a 10-game stretch during the year where he piled up over 10 goals. So he got more than half of his goals in a 10-game stretch. Didn't want Hyman. Wanted nothing to do. I'd take Thomas Hertl. Bill, I think you're, again, I haven't seen your name in comments in previous shows. If this is your first time, thank you. Thank you. Guys, just if you can, like, share, and subscribe. We're going to keep putting out more stuff. Help this channel grow. Yeah, he's probably longer than that away. Probably longer. Ariana, welcome back. Yeah, they probably didn't. You're probably right about that. No, nobody thought we were making a pick. Thank you, buddy. Ziga, appreciate it, man. Have a good night. Yep. Probably going to come sooner than later, hopefully. Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate it, bud. Really do. I'm happy that over 40 of you guys are still with us. It's awesome. We had 80 earlier. So Fedor Svechkov gets drafted by Nashville. That was the guy who I wanted. Eddie, I think this is the first time I've seen you commenting on here. Again, if not, thank you for having me, or thank you for being on here, I should say. As you can see, I'm shocked from this. This day has just been madness, and nothing has happened. JD got a ton of assets for Seth Jones, while Drury gave Butch away for pennies, and then took a left wing with scoring issues in the draft. Yep. That's the Rangers. That's the Rangers. That's what it is. No, Kreider did not carry them when Panarin was out. That was not Kreider's stretch. Kreider's stretch was later than that. Yeah. It's not a good day. Brendan Othman. Yeah, you could. I don't know. He's a physical sniper. I feel like this is like a project pick, if anything, and they just went off the board here. I don't know why they did this. I love it. Giving us representation from across the USA. Let's go Rangers, even though they piss us off at times and they make me want to drink right now. I literally should have a beer in my hand, or I should probably be doing this from Boss Croakers and go visit Mark afterwards because I'm going to need a damn drink. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go visit Mark afterwards. I'm going to go visit Mark, and I'm going to have drinks because I fucking need them now. Thanks, Chris Drury. Oh, man. The dad joke, I'll accept it. It's a dad joke, but I'm going to got to accept it here. Nah, ESPN isn't somewhere where you would want to look. The Athletic is a good one. McKean's, Redline Report, Elite Prospects. Those are all good places for it, Eddie. Yes, I do. Long Island born and raised. I assume you're on Long Island too? Yup.
I believe Florida's been around there. I believe Columbus has been around there, along with some other teams who've had interest in him. On Eichel, what I can tell you is just in making calls around today, the ask is still very high. And there were some teams who just felt that they weren't willing to pay what Buffalo was asking. Eichel is skating. I believe there's still a disagreement between the Sabres and the player about where to go medically here. I don't think that's been sorted out. I think he's probably a little bit frustrated. Was hoping that maybe tonight would be the night for him. But it sounds like the action is hotter on Reinhart right now than it is Eichel. And, I think some teams, they've been in and out, they've kind of backed off a little bit, and they're just basically playing a waiting game with Buffalo to see if the ask does come down.
All right, Elliot. Jeff, when you think about the player, everything involved, is there a time that makes more sense when he is dealt? We got free agency coming up tonight.
Okay, now I'm listening because Gorton's going to talk about Eichel. So let's see what he says.
The interesting thing on this one is we talked about Seth Jones. Seth Jones has a year left, and you kind of dictate where he's going. Jack Eichel has many years left, $10 million, so they can send him wherever they want if they find the right team. That's a better luxury.
Oh, for sure. They have to look.
Totally, yeah. That's great hearing that from the GM too. From that standpoint, somebody else that's garnered a lot of attention there is Sam Reinhart. Sam Reinhart.
Okay, so I'm going to break down what Jeff was talking about. And whoever wants to say anything can say whatever they want. But what Jeff Gorton didn't bring up was the fact that Eichel has a no-movement clause that kicks in next July. So he has to be dealt by then. Just like Jeff Gorton dealt Derek Stepan to Arizona right before his no-movement clause kicked in at the 2017 draft. His no-movement clause was set to kick in on July 1st of 2017. So he dealt him away, and he got Tony DeAngelo and Lias Anderson for him and Antti Ranta. So yeah, he has to deal him by then, because otherwise Eichel has to waive to approve any trade. Yeah, Brody, it's been ugly today, to say the least. I actually said this on Twitter. If you follow me, Glazu, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing this. By the way, it looks like I've seen your comments for the first time. Thank you for joining in. But follow me on Twitter, and you'll see that I brought that up today. That's one of the posts I made today. So, yeah. Mikey, yeah. Svechkov was the guy that I thought was, yeah. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, I have some friends. I have some Greek friends in Queens, so yeah. Brian, you're right. They weren't going to help next year, except for maybe Power. So, did 50 years in Glen Cove, now in Greenville, South Carolina. Nice, good for you. I haven't played ice in a while, Chris. I mainly play roller now, but no, I haven't played at Oyster Bay. Heard it's nice. Played everywhere, yeah. I've played in a lot of different places as well, all over the island. Never really played much in Queens. I've played in Maryland, played in Jersey, played in Florida, bunch of places and tournaments and stuff. Yeah, it sucks, Mike. It sucks. It really does. It just I don't know if I miss Gorton, but holy shit, Drury is really showing how he is a rookie right now. You might hear from them in a bit. Who knows? They might be up to something. Played high school hockey in Farmingdale. Steve, that's awesome. Farmingdale is not too far from where I live. Chris, Kevin Adams is an idiot. What do you think you get when you're not giving teams medical records? Basically. The ask is high, the medical records. I want to see if Jack Eichel holds out. Because to me, if that's the case, then if that's what you're getting, I can't imagine Eichel's happy. Many times the best trades are ones you don't make. Rick, you might be right. I would tend to agree to an extent. Rick is 100% right about, especially when talking about damaged goods. I wouldn't call Eichel damaged goods yet. I wouldn't. Hunter moved from Florida from 7 years ago from Long Island. Yeah, I mean, I've considered moving out of Long Island myself. I have family down in North Carolina. It's nice down there. I was just down there recently. It's a different way of life, cheaper cost to live. I could get more for my money down there. So I've considered it, but we'll see where I end up. Either way, I will still be doing this regardless, so I'm not giving this up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I don't know really what there is to say anymore about the pick. I'll go and give you some. I'll go and give you some scouting reports here. Okay, so where's my history? Okay, so I'm looking at the Athletic here. Yeah, does make me gag. Uncle Freddie, yeah, thinking maybe might make it. You never know. Yeah, Steven's a friend. Definitely might be right about that. Yeah, Jalen, first time I've seen you comment. Thank you for viewing and joining in. Yeah. Massive. Oh, they just took Wallstat. Big get for them. Eichel is not the petty one. It's Adams. Adams is petty. Graz, first time seeing you. Yeah, I would say a lot of this is Dolan's fault. Yeah. Chris, you might be right here. It might be a safe pick. It might be, all right, so the scouting report in the Athletic, in their review, for their pick review, it says Othman went to college. All right, Othman went to Switzerland's second-tier pro league without an OHL season where he was up and down during that stint. In the U18 world, he was excellent, though, as one of the better wingers in a tournament, which he looked more like a strong underage season. Well, all right, so his OHL numbers with Flint last year in 2020, in 2019, 2020, were his underage numbers. So I should mention that. He should get better. Othman is a skilled goal scorer. He has very quick hands to make plays in small areas and beat defenders. He sees the ice well, showing the ability to create offense with this vision. His shot can beat goalies from range and is his main weapon. He competes well enough to win pucks versus men, is quite physical, although he can be a little perimeter. So he's physical, but he's also perimeter? A perimeter player is not a physical player usually. So he lacks the ability to separate with his skating, which is his main drawback. In his sentence, Othman projects as a second-line winger who will be able to score on and irritate opponents. Thoughts on the pick? Othman brings a lot of elements to an NHL team with his great puck skills, shot, and physicality. He's a very good player. I'm surprised that the Rangers took another winger with a high pick, as they have a lot of young depth wingers as opposed to center, which they don't have. But he's a great prospect who projects as an NHL top 6 forward. Okay, I don't know. All right, I don't blame Eichel. He's on a team that keeps building and building. Yeah, and you know what? The thing is, this is the Eric Lindros saga all over again. It's the medical issue coming completely public. The two sides publicly at odds with each other, burning bridges. I don't see how he goes back. I don't get why they wouldn't have dealt him tonight. I really don't. Kevin Adams is really, really playing with fire here. Sort of quote the Who, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Yeah, meet the new boss, worse than the old one. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I am definitely a fan of the Who. Love myself some Roger Daltrey and Keith Moon and Pete Townsend together. John and Twistle, guys are awesome. Great band. Especially after boot, yeah. I mean, I don't know. He's a bit of a stretch, but might be that he was knocked for his skating. But it would have preferred Svechkov. Yeah, I would have preferred Svechkov too. Safe pick with a fan base. I don't know about hockey wise. Yeah, I don't know if I don't think this is a safe pick for a fan base. I think you're gonna get crucified for it. Yeah, the team still has a great future. There's no reason to act like the sky is falling down. It's a very disappointing day. They just made a bunch of moves that just didn't make sense. Hey, Zach, nice to have you on the show, or nice to have you here. First time I'm seeing your comments, so thank you for joining in. Steven, I don't know either. You could see it in my face. You could just see it by the lack of words. I don't know either. Do we really want to pay Eichel he'll last. He will last. He will be fine. If Peyton Manning can come back from the injuries that he had in a more higher impact sport, Jack Eichel can go back. Heard Othman has attitude problems. Somebody I know was told against he is not the best kid to hang around. I hope to God that's not the case. I hope to God. Yeah. Yep, Justin, that's pretty much it. Pretty much it. Kevin Adams is just, he's playing with fire. Maybe Drury will save the day and make a trade for Shesterkin. Do we have a Doug Weight to give up this time around? Reading comments, and Oilers fans are very upset they traded down and missed Wallstedt. Yeah, they're probably upset they missed Kosa too, because Kosa played for the Edmonton Oil Kings, Matthew Robertson's team in the WHL. I will hold judgment until opening night and hope Drury doesn't fuck up anything else too bad. I mean, that's really the hope at this point, because I don't know if I trust Chris Drury right now. Really don't. Unless the plan's in motion and I don't know it, which is more than possible, I don't know if I trust him. Boston takes Fabian Lysell. That's a really good pick for them. I like that. I would have liked Chaz Lucius. I don't understand why they didn't get Chaz Lucius. Wallstedt falls into Holland's lap and he trades the pick. Ariana couldn't be more spot on about it. Oilers gonna oil. Hashtag Oilers gonna oil. I'm gonna put that in the comments section. Oilers gonna oil. Yep. Oilers gonna oil. That's basically it. I don't even know, but like, Like Jalen, I'm with you there, man. We're all a little. I'm gonna just grab a bottle of water again, just because got some dry mouth here. But we're all a little just dumbfounded. Like, hello, anything in there? Anybody home, Chrissy? Second round, I think starts at around like 10 or 11 tomorrow. I'm not. I don't know if they cleared cap space for a reason or if they cleared cap space just because they were desperate and Chris Drury panicked because yeah, I don't know. Of course, this happens to us. Yes, Ian. Mike, maybe grab something stronger. I will do that when I go meet up with Mark in a little bit. I am going to end the stream. I'll probably end around 11. I'll continue to to go through your comments. I like doing this. I love interacting with everybody. So I will continue to do this, but I'm definitely going to go meet up with Mark and have myself a beer. I need it after today. Some of these pictures strange. I hope I will quote, it's another crapshoot. Yeah. Eichel is skating, so he's probably healthy. No, reaching for Jessamine was probably our worst, Mike. With the amount of surefire stars that were available in that draft, they were touting that as the best draft in a very long time, since 79 or 80, and they just absolutely screwed the pooch on 2003. McElrath was bad because it was a reaction pick. It was a panic pick because they got bullied around by the Flyers in those last two games. Just oof. Steve, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Come through. Boss Croakers in Wantagh. I'm going to go there after this. Yep. Oh, trust me, Mike. I try to forget about Hugh Jessamine on a daily basis. But someone named Mark Williams, who's also a host on this channel, decides that he likes to fuck with me and remind me of Hugh Jessamine every chance he gets, as you can see on our videos. That right there, I love. You just made my night, Bill. Thank you. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you. I will tell you right now, Steven, you too. I appreciate it, man. I do this because I love doing this. I absolutely love interacting with people. I love hanging out with people. I love talking hockey with people. I will talk hockey with people all night. I'll talk hockey with people all day. I love doing this. And I love the fact that you guys love that we interact with you, because this is what we wanted to do with this show. We wanted to make this different. Statboy Steven and Tyler, they have their show, and they interact with fans to a point. They do. But we like being different from them. The hockey guy, Shannon's great at what he does. I love Shannon's stuff. I watch Shannon's videos a lot. I watch his videos daily. He's very informative. He's straight-laced. He's to a point. But I you know what? I don't want to interact with people who are only donations. Like that's not. I personally, I'm just going to be honest with you. I feel bad putting up things for donations. I want to grow this channel, and I think if we're more than good enough, we can grow this channel without donations. And Mark has echoed that same sentiment. I don't like talking about that stuff a whole lot on this, but you guys are here with me, and we've still got 36 people in here. And the Rangers pick is over. I didn't expect anybody to be in here after the Rangers pick. I thought I was going to lose a whole ton of people, and then I probably would have ended it a little early. But like, you guys are all in here, You know, it's a good thing that, you know what, my vision for this show was that we wanted to be funny, we wanted to be original, we wanted to be different, and we wanted to add new elements that other shows didn't add. And our honest press conferences, that's part of something different. Our bar talk is something different. I mean, us doing our Q&A time is different because a lot of shows, they don't want to do that. And if they don't want to drag on, and they want to be done in an hour, and they just want the views and stuff like that, like, that's not us. We want to talk hockey. So, Steve, thank you, sir. I'm trying. As you can see, it's not easy. It's not easy. I'm a Ranger fan until I die. You know, I'm a Ranger fan until I die. So this is what I love doing. I love talking about the Rangers, and that's good. You know, Tyler and Steven are good guys. I don't know about how they are with their fans. Like, I see them responding to their fans and stuff like that. I don't know if I don't know their fans, what their subscriber statuses are or anything like that. But yeah, Eddie, yeah, I think that it's Dolan. I think everything's coming from the top of Dolan. That's why I'm scared, because we're starting to see it more and more. Yeah, I thank you, Brody. I appreciate it. We just try to interact with everybody. I mean, I may not get to all the comments, but I love doing this, man. I really do. Like, this is just fun. Even though the Rangers are pissing me off right now, and they make me want to go put my head through a damn wall, it's fun. So Chris. I mean, there's stuff to talk about. It is depressing though. Why draft Othman, Ratu, or another center falls? Yeah, Ratu. If he falls to the second round and the Rangers don't get him, I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed because that'd be an incredible value pick. Xavier Bourgault to the Wild at 22 was a real good pick. Lascelles at 21. I mean, let's hope Ratu falls more. Chris, yeah, if you keep, yeah, I mean, this is what we want to do. We want to build this thing up. I mean, honestly, like, obviously, if we could grow this thing into something huge, that would be great. But I don't want to do it on the backs of others. I don't know. I feel bad doing it. Maybe at some point we will have donations, but I feel bad asking for it. You know, like, I really do. It just, you know what? If this content is good enough, which I feel it is and can and will be, then we could do it without that. You're a Montreal fan. Oh, shit. All right, awesome. Yeah, I mean, oh, yeah. I mean, Shea Weber is that's a big loss. He might have to retire. It looks like he's LTR retiring. And then, you know, Carey Price is going to be ready for the start of the season, they said. So that'll be good for them. I think they might miss the playoffs. It depends on the progress of Cole Caulfield and what they add. But I think instead of looking to add a sniper, I think you should just give Caulfield some time. Traded our second to get rid of Stahl's contract. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. For 2020, there were literally no YouTube Rangers content, and you and Wardy saved us. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, and that's another thing, guys. I haven't had any problems with anybody, but don't disrespect each other on here. Don't be assholes to each other. We don't have to want to see that. We don't have to want to, moderate. We really don't. Just be respectful. We're all here to talk hockey. Like, talk to somebody how you talk to your friends. And if you want to joke to them and chirp with them, sure, yeah. I mean, my friends call me an asshole. I call them assholes. We call each other like fuck faces, fuckers, and stuff like that. That my right nut guy is like one of my best friends in real life, and we call each other fuckers. So yeah, if you want to joke around with each other, cool. You guys know each other, awesome. But don't be serious and disrespect people. But thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. Have a good night, Chris. Good talking with you. Yeah, I think there was a second rounder. I'm not sure. Yeah, you might be right about that. You might be right. And that's good. And I don't know if you're talking about us or if you're talking about Tyler's channel, Wardy. But we try to interact. Like when we see comments, because you know what though? You think about it this way. Your fans are coming in, your viewers are watching, and they're commenting and they want to be a part of the show. Not only are you eventually going to run out of things to talk about, but you're going to make everybody happy in the process. Why not kill two birds with one stone? It's like it's simple logic when you think about it. I like what we're doing here because what we're doing gets everybody involved, gets everybody talking. If I wanted to sit there and be in an echo chamber or sit there and listen to myself talk, then I could do that without this and not have to invest any time in this. But everybody's liking this so far. We're not getting any bad complaints about anything. And we've got some connections to bring some big-time guests in. Sooner, we're going to start incorporating more bigger-time guests. Anthony's got the connections. Anthony and I, like I said, we had our show, and the show was good. And we still got our connections from that. So we're going to bring in more guys all across the board around the league. Ratu is falling, Rick, because he had some mental health issues during the season. I tacked on that before when I did my mock draft, but he had some mental health issues and struggled quite a bit with them. So he's got some talent, but he's falling. I would take a chance on him in the second round. There's no reason not to. That's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to make strides at this point. Oh, yeah. Trust me. Anthony and I get heated. Eddie, no, I'm not familiar with that. But I will check that out. Okay, Gaming with Fox fan. I'm going to get hate for this, but I'm kind of not mad at the Boots trade. We traded off him for a tougher player along with a pick that could be used in future trades. One, you traded him for a bottom six player who's really closer to a fourth liner than he is a third liner. So you got another Barkley Goodrow type player that they needed, but a player that they could have acquired in another way. They didn't get enough back for Buchnevich. That's the problem. If you would have told me that it was Sammy Blais, a first rounder, and something else, then okay, I get it. But you didn't even get a second. You didn't even get a pick in this year's draft, which listen, I get 2022 is a better draft. But the problem with this is that the team is looking to win now or win sooner than later, I should say, because the owner has basically handed down a mandate to the general manager. Dolan's impatience and his impulsiveness is really going to hurt this club if this continues this way. So you got to worry at this point, like a little bit. All right, I'll rephrase that. Not worry, but you got to be concerned. it's tough. It's tough. It really is. It's because I get that they need grit, but you can't sacrifice your skill to do that. Like, you got to add your grit in a different way. Bill, as for D'Angelo, it was coming. Had to. He was told multiple times. He didn't shape himself up. He's his own worst enemy. With that said, a better leadership group and a better coach stops that D'Angelo trade from D'Angelo debacle from happening. Sorry. So look at the 94 Rangers. The entire team hated Mike Keenan. The entire team. They rallied around Messier using the slogan heave ho because they thought Keenan was a slave driver. So yeah, I don't I think that a better leadership group and a better coach could have stopped that from happening. Rick, that's fine, but I disagree with the body check on the wall. Booch does tend to throw his weight around. And if you remember when Marchand went after, I believe it was Lundqvist or Shesterkin or Beuvillier, I can't remember which goal he was in goal, but Buchnevich was the one that popped Marchand in the face. Just remember that. Buchnevich was the one who popped Anthony Mantha in the face this year. Just remember that. Our bottom six did produce last season. Okay. Listen, I agree. Blais is an upgrade over what we have on the fourth line. He absolutely is. And I like Sammy Blais as a player. I just didn't like dealing Buchnevich for just that and a second-round pick next year. That's all. This trade just wasn't good. Hey, another Aussie. Awesome. Nice to have you, Daniel. I don't know if I've seen you before, so you're new to the show. If you're new to the channel, thank you. I appreciate you joining in. I'm wishing you could have woke up to something better too, my friend. As for Drury, I wonder if, from what Elliot Friedman was saying, Adams refused to lower his price. So Adams is playing with fire. Eventually, Eichel's got to get dealt. He's got to get dealt before next July when that no movement clause kicks in. I just wonder if it's by the end of this offseason. And I would have to imagine so, because I can't imagine that saying we only want players that want to be here on our team. I can't imagine that not burning the bridge between the two of them, especially after the saga with the surgery and not getting the surgery. But before I move on from your comment, sorry to Mike. I'll put yours back up in a second. Philip Deneau, I wonder. I said it before. I wonder if Philip Deneau is a fallback option for them. Mike, yeah. Yeah, this is the Tom Wilson effect. It's just an answer to Tom Wilson. And that's not how you run a franchise. Yeah, Brody. That deal was awful. That deal was absolutely awful. Daniel, thank you. Appreciate it, man. I really do. I love the love that we're getting in here. I mean, we keep trying to put out good content. That's all we're trying to do right now. We're not looking too far ahead. We're just going to put out good content. We're going to take it episode by episode. Even if it was a cancer, even if it wasn't a cancer, they don't need Tony. He's a damn good power play quarterback and a damn good puck mover. Some team's going to sign him for about $1 million, maybe even a little less than that. They're going to take a chance on him, and he's going to turn himself around. He's going to. Yeah, defensively, you listen. When you've got someone who can put up offense like he can from the blue line, you take the warts. Leach was not the greatest defensively, but you took the warts because you just saw what he could do on offense and how he could take over games. Bruce, I'm looking for face-off winners, more physical play. Gaudreau and Blais meet those needs, but they are not centers. Exactly. That's another thing. They're not centers. Gaudreau can play center, though, and he's over 50% for his career in face-offs, I believe. So take that for what it's worth. Sorry, but Blais not a good draw. Bruch has been getting tougher and tougher to play against. No way that trade was equal. Thank you. Thank you. Mike DQ had no grab on the locker room. Yeah, basically. That's part of why that situation happened. When you have a better group of leaders and a better coach, like I said, the 94 Rangers hated Keenan, but what did Messier do? He rallied that team together, and they won despite Keenan, just despite him, and then they kicked out Keenan. So, telling you, the better leadership group and a better coach, you can take those types of things and you can quell those situations from absolutely getting to a boiling point like they did. The return was low. Yeah, the return was low. You're right, Bruce. I think Eichel gone by the trade deadline. Yeah, I don't know. He could be gone by the end of this weekend for all we know, but sorry, I'm still Rick. 94 Rangers started that season. We're not the same team that won a cup many. Yeah, you're right, and they didn't need to make those trades. They didn't. Like you're going to tell me that Stefan Matteau, he scored the 2 overtime goals against Jersey. I get that. I get that. But Glenn Anderson was useless. He was useless. And the Rangers absolutely killed the Devils in the regular season. Absolutely murdered them in the regular season. Won all 6 games. And the 5 games that they won with Amonte and Gartner, they outscored them 20-8 in those games. So, no. I don't believe those trades needed to be made. I'm just sorry. I just don't. Because I think if those trades aren't made, New Jersey can't skate with them, and they absolutely can't stop them. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what Gallant does. But I tell you right now, if Chris Kreider is on that top line again and Alexis Lafreniere is not there and he's not on the power play, then there's this Ranger community is going to riot. Was at the bar last night. Said this is what I hope. Yeah. Welcome to being a Ranger fan, Mike. Welcome to being a Ranger fan. Gallant said that no matter the skill, the talent, every player on this team will play a 200-foot game. Trading Butch will not. Listen, I like the 2 players. I think they are going to be important pieces. But you can't trade Buchnevich for just that. I'm sorry, you can't. It just doesn't change it. I'm sorry. They didn't get enough. And then they didn't pull off the Eichel deal tonight. So you know what? I hope it's done by the weekend or by the offseason, but I really can't. You lost so much with Pavel Buchnevich. You really did. And I just think a lot of fans just don't understand it because a lot of fans have an old school mentality and they think physical is the key to winning. It's not. Physicality helps, but it's not the entire key to winning. With D'Angelo, Fox doesn't win in Norris. You may be right about that, Brian. SS John Pants. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. I'm probably saying your screen name wrong, and I'm sorry. But I'll say this. Eichel can be a Ranger regardless, no matter what. I agree. I think they're going to get the best offer from the Rangers. I think they're going to agree. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Because the play driver on that line is actually Buchnevich. He was the most consistent forward game in, game out at both ends of the ice from game 1 to game 56. People don't realize this. And yeah, but after 94, they suffered big time as those young guys had great careers. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. You can't go doing that. The Zubov and Nedved for Robitaille and Samuelson trade was awful. It's one of the worst trades in the history of the NHL. That was terrible. Lowballing Messier and giving and not getting Sakic to the offer sheet hurt the club big time. When Colorado matched that offer sheet for Sakic in '97, that absolutely killed the Rangers because that was their plan. Goodbye, Messier. Here comes Joe Sakic to complement Wayne Gretzky for the next few years. They needed to go higher. I don't know what Montreal can offer. Because I don't see Cole Caulfield being available. I don't see Jesperi Kotkaniemi being available. What else? Alex Romanov, I don't see him being available. What prospects does Montreal have that would really, like Ryan Poehling is not really a good prospect anymore. He's not worth anything. I mean, I don't know what they have really that could really get the job done if they're not including guys like Caulfield, Romanov, and Kotkaniemi. I don't. I can see Eichel playing a few games just to show he could play. I don't know if I can see that. I don't see Eichel going back. I really don't. I think, if anything, if he's not dealt by the end of this weekend, I think Eichel might start to get pissed, and he might want out. Columbus takes Corson Kuhlmans. That's a good pick for them. Thank you, Eddie Edwards. The team broke the play. Keenan could have won a couple more. Yep. You keep a Monty. You keep Waite. You have Messier. You have your number 2 center behind Messier and Doug Waite. You have a 30 to 40 goal scoring wing in a Monty. You have Adam Graves. You have Alexei Kovalov. I mean, that team could have been Sergei Zubov and Brian Leetch, Mike Richter. That team could have been a super team. Bruce, I hated Lewis Booch. Maybe my favorite player, so Hurts. Trade return Hurts really more. We're going to hit a money crunch. I think that's the part of the problem right now. It's just that Jeff Gorton screwed this whole thing up when he gave Trouba that dumb contract and he gave Kreider that extension, because that spelled the end for Buchnevich. That really did. Rick, we will never know if they would have won anything without making those trades, but we do know they won after making them. Sure, yeah, but you traded a guy that scored in his first about 70 goals in his first 2 years for 2 journeyman plugs. It was a bad trade. And the only reason it doesn't look like a complete dumpster fire is because of the fact that Matteau scored those 2 goals. Noonan was good in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs against Washington and the Islanders. Don't get me wrong, but my God, that trade is bad on paper. The Rangers should be giving every fan a bottle of booze and a packed bong. Yes, I am all for that right now. Sarn? Yeah, Sarn, sorry. I was having trouble reading that. Sarn 62. First time I'm seeing you here. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining in here. Hate seeing how little time we got for Booch, but tons of ice time for Laf, Kakko, and Krabby. Next year is good long term. Couldn't agree with you more there. The problem with it is now you put a lot of pressure on Kakko and Kravtsov as the top 2 right wingers. And I get it that Kravtsov was going to have to get into the top 6 sooner than later. I really hope that Kakko and Kravtsov get those top 6 minutes now. That's if Drury doesn't trade away too much scuffle. Well, Mike, we're hoping he doesn't. Flying Column, how are you going to offer more than Rossi, Wallstedt, Boldy, and another piece? Easy, Flying Column 16. Rossi isn't going anywhere. Boldy might. But the Rangers have at least 3 prospects that are better than Boldy. I can tell you that right now. Rossi is up in the air because he had COVID and he'll excuse me. He almost lost his life. So, yeah. And Wallstedt is probably not going anywhere either because Minnesota is going to need a goaltender for the future. And as much as I like Kaapo Kähkönen, I don't think he's a starter going forward. Gaming with Fox fan. By the way, I haven't seen you before previously, but again, thank you for joining in. The only thing Booch has been gifted with, first line to produce points like Blais, so you can't say for sure that it wasn't worth the trade. Blais is not a top 6 forward. I'm going to tell you that right now. Blais is not a top 6 forward. I've watched him in St. Louis. I watch a lot of out-of-market games. I have NHL TV. I've had a form of that or center ice every year for like the last almost 20 years now, and I had access to out-of-market games before that. Since probably about 1998, I've had access to out-of-market games. Blais is a good bottom 6 player, but he is nothing more than that at this point. He's 26. What you see is what you get from Sammy Blais. And there's nothing wrong with a player like Sammy Blais. But I will tell you this. If you are expecting anything more from Sammy Blais than what you've got, maybe Sammy Blais is a 10-goal, 30-point player. If you're expecting anything more than that, I think you're going to be disappointed. Just my thoughts there. Let's see. I'm gonna try to do some more comments here and catch up with the comments, and then I'm probably gonna head out to go visit Mark in a little bit. So, Carmella is always looking banging. She's a smoke show. Sorry, Ariana, but doing a little guy time here with that one. But Carmella is, yes, she is a sight for sore eyes. SS Janu Pants. But the name doesn't matter. Joe knew. Joe knew. Okay. Joe knew. Sorry. But the name doesn't matter. Yeah. Yes, Mike, you're completely correct. Yeah. I'm with the two of you, Jono, and Mike. If he continues to trade away talent like this for grit, I'm pretty sure Gorton probably was chuckling at it. Probably was thinking, what the hell are they doing? CBJ had a heck of a team for a team for, yeah, they did, Ariana. You're right. I feel like the RW position won't be the same without Booch, but I think the first line RW will produce just like Booch because of the time that they get on ice. Also, the players that they play with, Gaming with Fox, could be right about that. Kakko could be that guy. What if Kakko goes in there and just absolutely explodes this season? Then we're not going to be pining over Pavel Buchnevich nearly as much. So you got to hope to God that Pavel Buchnevich and Vitaly Kravtsov give you the top 6 production that you're looking for this season, because they're going to take a step back if they don't get somebody else. It's a bigger shame because minus size, Lundqvist is looking to have bigger upside defensively than Trouba. Jono, I'm there with you. I am one of the biggest. I am so high on Nils Lundqvist. Nils Lundqvist, to me, has the ability at the next level to be I say he could be a top pairing defenseman. I don't know if he's going to be an elite one, but he's a top-notch skater. He has a top-notch shot. He's got top-notch hockey sense. And he's got a top-notch personality to him. He is just up here, is just all there with Nils. Like, he's playing on Sweden's national men's team as like an 18, 19-year-old, and he's coordinating their defense. If you saw our episode this week with Statboy Steven was talking about that. Like this, he's not playing for the U20 like Sweden team. He's playing for the national men's team, and he was playing great for them in the World Championships. So, yeah. Ugh. Oh man, Tom Wilson would get killed by this fan base. All right, hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to get back. Andy Willis, not to mention Minnesota trade out for Wallstedt. Yeah, they're not moving him. They're not. You're not going to trade up for a goalie and then trade him for Eichel. It's not happening. Gauthier, time to shine. Yeah, I mean, he could. He's another one. He gets lost in the shuffle. A lot of people forget about him, myself included. So, you know what? It is his time to shine. You're right, Brian. Ariana, I'm slightly concerned our top 6 wingers aren't very experienced outside of Panarin. They might throw Kreider in the first. You might be right about that, but I hope to God that that's not the case. because Lafreniere showed you at the end of the season he's ready. He can play. Glad I stumbled into you guys. As an old-timer whose first Ranger was Arnie Brown. Wow, that's a long time ago. It's nice to see young guys with passion and smarts. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I really do. Like I said, this is just – I've been passionate about this team since I was a kid. If anybody knows you, there was a girl that I used to date named Devin. I was hanging out with her for a bit. And she would call me Johnny Rangers. It was funny that she called me that. And that was – like some people actually would call me that after her, and they didn't know it. She was a Ranger fan too. I met her on a train to a Ranger game back in like 2005, I think. Somewhere around there. Eddie Edwards. Just imagine if players play for the love of the game and chance to champion. Instead, it's all about money. That's the thing. You're in this business. You gotta get paid. Everything that's like that. Sports, they're a business at the end of the day. I can't blame players for looking for paydays. I can't, but you know what? I would like to see a few players take a notable discount to try to see if they can put together a winning team. But then again, I'm not the one with the blood, sweat, and the tears shed to get to the NHL, so maybe it's not my place. Not gonna lie, cared less when we saw Blackwell join us until he produced because he was being played a lot. Kravtsov, I have a feeling will produce. Gordy Clark was super high on Kravtsov for a reason. Didn't Gorton hire Quinn? Shouldn't be laughing. I'm with you on that one, Rick. I'm with you on that one. He got himself fired because of Quinn. Including Kakko. Yes, I agree with you, Gaming Fox. This has to be a big season for Gauthier and Barron. Barron's another one. Could he come in as a fourth-line center? No, I think so. Lou Battipaglia. If Kakko explodes, we should have gotten a number one for Booch. You're right. I agree with you. My friend. Rick, have a good night, gents. Chatting with all of you. Rick, thank you for being in with us this whole time. It's awesome. I love doing this. I'm going to text Mark because I'm going to go see Mark. Yeah. This comment is funny. We can't take a mulligan on the Butch Navich trade. Yeah, I wish we could do a mulligan. I wish we could. Good night, Ariana. Thank you for coming on again, and thanks for the follow on Twitter. By the way, I love communicating with you guys. I post a ton of stuff on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. You'll find me talking about Rangers all day. I'll probably be bitching and complaining about everything tomorrow. So if you want to come, misery loves company. You know, so. Yes, I did it. I'm usually bad with name pronunciation. Small win for Filk tonight. Have a good night, Lo. Damage done. Now all we can do is kids come through. Hope Drury doesn't F it up. You're right. Gotta hope now. Well, unless something else is in the works. Gotta hope now. And the real disappointment with Booch is a trade return. I'm hoping once the offseason's done, these initial Drury rumors make sense. Yes. Daniel Orr, you couldn't have summed up my feelings any better than that. That's it. The disappointment in that return is terrible. It's just a bad return. It's just not good enough. But you know what? Maybe something's in the works, and then it starts to come together, and it makes sense then. But you're right. As of right now, I'm a little concerned at the very least about Drury. Jono. Nils is your top prospect, even though Kravtsov is still a prospect. He hasn't played enough games really to not be considered a prospect anymore. But I definitely agree with you that Nils is their top prospect right now. I definitely see it. The one thing that Gordie Clark said about Nils Lundkvist, the first thing that I ever heard Gordie Clark say about him was that his skating was absolutely deceptive. I don't know how you could say his skating is deceptive when he's out there flying all over the place. His skating is one of his best attributes. And he's just got such good hockey sense. You talk about hockey sense and Adam Fox and how he makes those plays where he just makes people look foolish and he just outweights because he just has that patience to make you make that first move and make that mistake, and then he capitalizes on it and goes around you. Nils Lundkvist has that same type of, maybe not to that level that Fox does, but he can make those guys make those mistakes. In Gallant we trust. Yes. Brody, Nils has Fox's hockey IQ, but also a bomb of a shot. I don't know if he has Fox's hockey IQ to that level, but he's got a hell of a head for the game. He really does. He really does. Run up audio. Oh, no. I'm doing the wrong thing. Yeah. So, I definitely agree that he's got a high hockey IQ. Crazy. It's crazy, crazy night, man.
Hey, Phil.
You gonna be there a while?
Yeah, Kroger's, yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming through.
All right, cool.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
A little bit scared. I think you're still broadcasting it at broadcast, right?
Yes, I am. I'm gonna do it in a few seconds.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
All right, later. Bye.
Goodbye.
All right, so yeah, Daniel, thank you for coming on with us. Have a good night, man. Definitely love seeing representation in Australia and all over the world, man. We got Greece before with Dino. We got Australia with you, and then another guy named Blue Shirt that comes on normally. He's been a regular commenter and viewer. You obviously in Australia. We had one with our video earlier on today from Finland. Just awesome. Just love seeing a representation all over the world. No one talking about the first round pick on draft day. I mean, Brian, you know it's a crazy day in Rangerland, in Rangerstown, when nobody's talking about this pick. Because everybody is depressed right now. That's all hell. Or angry. Mike, yeah. I think Graves is a little further along than Blay was. And Graves was also viewed as a little more of a prospect. I'm also going to say another thing about that is that Adam Graves was a second-round pick in 86 by Detroit. Yeah, the numbers weren't there in Detroit because he didn't get the time, but Graves was, let's see here. Graves was 23 when he came to the Rangers. Blay's 26. It's a big difference because by that time, you've got to have your best years with you. So, Puppet Master. As in the movie? Or is it Metallica? Because I Master of Puppets is literally my all-time favorite album by Metallica. Well, my all-time favorite album in general, Master of Puppets, is like the pinnacle of metal for me. I love Metallica. I love Master of Puppets. Metallica, their first 5 albums is just awesome. Booch, I was hoping not to lose him because his definition of grit, have to be patient. Buffalo wants to sell high. We just have to be patient. You might be right there, Bruce. You might be right. I think I'm here. I am. I'm a wreck right now, and I'm about to tell people to be patient and stay focused. What kind of hypocrite am I? All I can do is laugh now at this point, guys and girls. All I can do is laugh. If I didn't have laughter, I don't know where the hell I would be. You saw that tour with Cliff Burton on it before Cliff died. I'm just going to say that I'm extremely jealous right now because I would probably kill to be able to go back in time and see Metallica on tour with Cliff Burton. I would have killed to be there and be at Day in the Green 85 in California. Didn't appreciate it at the time. You are a lucky man. Just going to say that. So I would have killed to have seen Metallica in the 80s. Enrico, yes, another one, by the way. Excuse me. Who looks newer. I love having the new people on. Thank you for coming on and contributing here. Nils Lundqvist won the Boreas Salming Trophy, which is actually the trophy for the best Swedish-born defenseman in the SHL. So, but you know what? There's 4 picks left in the draft. I'm just gonna stay to the end. We'll go over some of the other picks real quick. I mean, obviously, we know about Jesper Wallstedt to Minnesota. Minnesota also took Carson Lambos at 26. Nashville took Zachary LaRue, who I thought the Rangers might have been interested in. Because gritty. I mean, if you wanted to trade down for LaRue, I would have gotten it. But I guess after the Tony DeAngelo situation, I guess they're not really interested. I don't know. You know, Colorado is in a cap crunch. And they have to move some salary. I know he's a little bit of a lightning rod. But could Chris Drury maybe go after Nazem Kadri? This is just me spitballing here because Nazem Kadri would fit exactly what they're looking for. He's a gritty, tough two-way center that could give you offense on your number 2 line, on your second line, and he's a good defensive player and he's physical. Yeah, but Chris, yes, but they have to sign Gabriel Landeskog, and they got to give Cale Makar a new contract. Here, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna pull up their salary cap situation right now. All right, so they have $29 million in cap space right now. But Andre Burakovsky is an unrestricted free agent after this upcoming season. So is Nazem Kadri. Gabriel Landeskog is unrestricted right now. Brandon Saad is probably not getting brought back. Pierre-Edouard Bellemare, who I thought would be a good target for the Rangers for 4th-line center, is an unrestricted free agent. But Cale Makar, restricted free agent, probably going to command it upwards at $8 million, probably more. Then they also need another defenseman if Connor Timmins is not going to play. Philip Grubauer, unrestricted free agent. You got to either re-sign him or you got to go get a goaltender. So between Makar, the goaltender, and Landeskog, a good portion of that $29 million is going to be eaten up. Alex Newhook looks like he's ready. He might. Chris, you're right. He might. He might. But if they want to get him back, then moving Nazem Kadri would be a step in the right direction. But also, you got to remember, in 2 years, Nathan McKinnon, excuse me, is going to get a raise from $6.3 million to probably closer to $12 million. So, I don't know. Maybe Colorado. Jonu, thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. I'm a big anime, Marvel, Star Wars guy as well. So, those are a lot of my interests. Mark is a big anime guy. Mark's a big Zelda guy and a Star Wars guy as well. So, how much better do I like Kadri than Strome? I just wonder. You know what? It's not that I like him better. It's I wonder. I just wonder. I do. Yeah, he basically, Brody. He's gonna double his salary almost. He's gonna get a big deal. That deal is only 2 years left on it. Zuckin, I didn't want you to think that I was just ignoring your comment. Sorry, I just got to it. I'm with you, man. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Pavel Buchnevich meant a lot to this team. So let's see what Jersey takes at 29. But Colorado's going to eventually have to do something. And I can't imagine them letting Landeskog go. Jonu, most people don't like Kadri, but he's a player who makes it annoying to play with. Poise Marchand, yeah. I mean, Nazem Kadri would be a welcome addition to most teams. So, Chris, thank you. Appreciate it as always. Keep coming back. We'll keep giving you more. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully a better turnout tomorrow, too. Hopefully they make some good picks. Chase Stillman. That's an interesting one. I wonder if that's Corey Stillman's kid. But, yeah, guys, I'm going to, you know what? 31-30. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. They're talking about 33 because they're saying it's the 33 pick, but technically it's the 32nd pick because Arizona's forfeit. Kadri is the type of player that, yes, only your fan base loves. He is the guy that he's an asshole. So if he's on your team, he's your asshole. Just like Sean Avery was our asshole. We loved Sean Avery because Sean Avery was great. He single-handedly took Ilya Kovalchuk out of a playoff series. How can you not love Sean Avery for that? I feel like trading Butch is more for cap space, considering we have to give Fox and Zib a real contract next year. Possibly. If that's a preemptive strike, then that's one hell of an early preemptive strike, then. I'll tell you that. You might be right, Fox, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about that. Loved Avery. If you didn't love Sean Avery as a Ranger fan, I have to ask what's going on there. Yes, our lovable asshole. He was our lovable asshole. That's the case. You traded. Yeah. You give it. Here. Let's see here. Pavel Buchnevich. He's a restricted free agent. Is he arbitration eligible? Yeah, he's arbitration eligible. So you couldn't just take him to arbitration for a year? I don't understand that. Who would you rather have, Eichel or Kuznetsov? Eichel. The Avery rule says it all. Yes. Fox, even though it could have been for cap, they should have waited to see whether they wanted Booch or not. The Vancouver deal intrigues me because the 9th overall pick went for Connor Garland and Oliver Ekman-Larsson. So if the 9th overall pick went for that, you're telling me that pick wasn't available? Which would have been just as tradable as a contract. Don't try to put lipstick on this pig of a trade. Yeah, pretty much. I like that. Don't try to put lipstick on this pig of a trade. I might use that from now on. Sorry if I steal it if you hear it in our content going forward, because that's funny. Because it's absolutely true. The league is just very top-heavy, and teams have to lose their players before they reach their full potential. Yeah, I would say the structure needs to change. I think players need to be able to hit free agency earlier. I think max contracts need to be shorter. I would definitely. Buchnevich isn't a fighter. He's not. None of the guys on the ice were fighters. Strome went after him. Panarin went after him. And why didn't Buchnevich square up against Wilson? Because if you remember, the whole thing started because Buchnevich drove his friggin' hammer fists to the back of Buchnevich's head and neck while Buchnevich's throat was under Wilson's stick. Standing in front of Goldie, yeah, it was. It was amazing. I can't stand Marty Brodeur, so Avery pissing him off like that was amazing. 4 players have 80% of the cap. Yeah. He's full. Yeah. Listen, Brian, Pablo Buchnevich is not afraid to mix it up. But if this whole thing is a reaction to Tom Wilson, which it looks like, this is not a good way to run your club. Like, I'm all for adding grit, depth, experience. Like, you need those things to win. I understand the old school mindset. I do. And I blend it with the new school mindset. But you can't go sacrificing your skill in a deal like this. You can't. You didn't get enough. I wouldn't say Buchnevich is nowhere near an edgy player. He battles along the boards. Really what you want, like, if you're talking about a guy who plays on the edge, like Wilson, someone like that, Buchnevich is never going to be that. You don't want him to be that. You don't want a guy like that in the penalty box. That's another thing. And people want physical players and players that play on the edge. Okay, so you're not going to complain when they take stupid penalties and get suspended then, right? Because that's what you guys want. If anybody who wants that, that's what you're going to have to deal with. So don't complain when they take those penalties, when they take those suspensions. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you there, Mikey. I really am. It was funny how they reacted to that play, but they won't suspend Tom Wilson for trying to end someone's life, basically. Great. Good consistency, NHL. Butch was a fighter. It was not a fighter, just did goon shit and took unnecessary. All right. That whole thing started because Anthony Mantha continued to cross-check him time after time and chased him around the ice. Then Buchnevich stood up for himself and did that. I have no problem with it. I really don't. I don't like the cross-check to the face, but maybe this trade is a reason behind it we just don't know yet. Maybe. I hope you're right, Zuckin. No Tom Wilson rule. Yeah, no Tom Wilson rule. None whatsoever yet. Maybe Fox and Zip take a hometown discount. Ratu is really dropping here. Yeah, well, Zach Dean was projected at the end of the first round by a few places, so I'm not surprised. Chase Stillman wasn't someone that I saw a lot in the first round. Oscar Olsen was a guy I actually saw a little higher in the first round. Zach LaRue, round about where I saw him. We had that problem with Brendan Lemieux. Yeah, exactly. Like, Brendan Lemieux wasn't even a good player. He's like barely an NHL talent. Nils probably is the third pairing right shot defenseman, Bruce. And I think if he wows enough, he probably gets power play time. Yeah, we need something, Mike. Yes, Graz, he was. Mantha basically chased him around and kept cross-checking him and slashing him. And that happened for a bit, that shift. It happened in an earlier shift, and then it happened again. And the second time was when Buchnevich actually cross-checked him in the face. I have no problem with Buchnevich taking that one-game suspension. I really don't. Nils and Miller should make a good pairing for the next decade. That's if Miller can really... Miller's still working on playing defense. Got to remember this. As someone who has played forward, played wing, and went to defense, like Keandre Miller, like, it's a transition. It's a transition. Your responsibilities change. Your play changes. And it takes time because you go from going after players to having to learn gap control, having to learn how to close that gap, having to learn the timing of it, having to learn what players can beat you with speed to the outside, or they can make that move and absolutely turn you inside out going to the inside. There's a lot of things to learn. So Keandre Miller is doing well for a guy who played forward up until 2 years before his draft year. So, yeah, the Rangers fuck with us. Yes, they do. We need a player who's going to push opponents to the edge without getting reckless and playing dirty. So what you're asking for is a unicorn. A fox is asking for a unicorn. Oh, see what I did there? Yeah, I know. Bad pun. I know. Just leave the dislikes in the comments for that one because that was awful on my part. I know. But you really, Fox, you're asking for a unicorn. You really are. Because there's not many players like that in the NHL. There's really not. Your Marchand's is extremely skilled, but he gets suspended for slewfoots and stuff like that. I'm glad somebody laughed because that was I even got to say for myself that was bad. Yes. Yes, Chris. Appropriate emoji usage there. We can only hope, but the Rangers could never deliver. You're right. I would only imagine watching the whole Wilson thing. The older fans got a flashback to Dave Schultz beating the piss out of Dale Rolfe and nobody stepping in to help Dale Rolfe. But Ryan Strome and Artemi Panarin stepped in for Pavel Buchnevich. Miller's a smart kid with massive skills. He'll get there. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I'm going to do these last two picks, and then I'm going to go because your boy needs a beer right now, or 17. Just saying. Mark Bergevin. Never thought I would see the Mark Bergevin, the guy that threw a puck into his own net for the St. Louis Blues in the 2000 playoffs against San Jose. So my Nils Miller, the third pair. We signed a second. Ryan Suter would be nice for that. Jamie Oleksiak would have been nice for that. Wow. Montreal just took Logan Mailloux? What the hell is Bergevin doing? Mailloux specifically requested not to be drafted. Oof. I can't believe Montreal just took it. The only chance we have of Miller becoming more physical. Yeah. Sometimes that type of thing, though, is either in somebody or it's not. So, you gotta be careful there. Miller's pretty good at stick checks, not making me cringe when he does them like Girardi would. Oh, God. Girardi. That Raw thing. I was angry at Hatfield for years, but man, yeah. I can only imagine how angry people were at Hatfield. Who did Montreal take? Julian. They took Logan Mailloux, the kid who leaked the nude pictures of the girl he'd hooked up with, or that video. I guess video. I think it was probably a video he took with the two of them having sex, and then he leaked it. So, to his friends, I should say, he leaked it, and he actually, Mailloux actually leaked an apology, or actually sent out an apology and requested to not be drafted because he felt that he wasn't deserving. So, yes, really. Just go Google it. You'll see it all. Pisses me off that Miller's this big, tough player. Yeah, you know what? Dude, if I was 6'5" and I was 220 pounds and I could skate like that, I'd be laying out people all day. Yeah. Maybe Bergevin does think he's smarter than everybody else. Bergevin is all about second chances. Yeah, Chris, you might be right there. Miller did well, but I don't know how differently he would be because he was just way too ready for the NHL, and he actually played well before Trouba got injured, Mike. So I'm not sure if that would have made really much of a difference. Yeah, when I play defense, I play physical. When there's checking, I play physical.
We're allowed to do and officially take yourself out of the draft. Just a couple other notes on Montreal today. First of all, the Canadians, one of the wild stories of the week was Carey Price and just his situation. In fact, he was left unprotected in the expansion draft for the Seattle Kraken. Price underwent knee surgery today. They say he's going to be okay for the start of the season. That's the expectation. He also had some other injuries himself looked at and decided no surgery was needed. So Price, the Canadians do expect he will be ready to play at the start of the 2021-22 season.
We have three very latest there in Montreal. So the Canadians, the Chicago Blackhawks, the Chicago Blackhawks will be the 32nd selection, first round of the 2021 NHL draft, which is obviously the last pick of the round. We now go to Stan Bowman, president of hockey operations and general manager for the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, once that Chicago shit hits the fan, that's going to be it, man. Some heads are going to roll. I'd imagine after seeing the punishment for... Oh, God, this is so cringy. Oh, no, this is so cringy right now. Oh, my God. Between Bergevin taking Mailloux and Chicago having all of these women up there, this is just, oh, my God. This is so cringy. Stan, Chicago is brown-nosing. Yeah, that's definitely a bit of a reach. Fox was great last year, but another level this year, so I have hope. Yeah, me too, Mikey. Miller did F with our minds because he made up for his lack of physicality with grips. You know what, though? He ragdolled some players around at times. He absolutely ragdolled Matt Barzal one shift. I was just like, holy shit. He just absolutely tossed him. When Miller gets angry and he wants to toss somebody, holy crap, can he throw people around. Well, ladies and gents, I am going to get going because now that pick is done. I'm going to end this. I'm going to go get myself a drink. I need to get out of the house for a second, or out of the apartment, rather, for a second. And I need to go have about like 17 beers and just drown my sorrows. So I'll be at Boss Croakers in Wantagh. Enrico, thank you. Thank you guys all for staying as long as you did. It's almost 12 o'clock. I can't believe a lot of you guys stayed as long as you did. I will. I couldn't thank you guys enough for this. It's awesome. You guys made my night better because it was just a bad night for us Ranger fans. So having people to talk about it with made it that much better for me. Thank you guys a lot. It really does mean a lot to me, and to Mark and Anthony too. They wanted to be here, but Anthony, I think he's going to Turks and Caicos in the morning, so he couldn't do it tonight. And Mark is obviously at work, as you've seen, so I will be going to join him. Thank you, Mikey. Appreciate it as always. M. Glazu. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, but thank you. Appreciate it. Keep coming back. We're going to keep giving you guys more content. Brody, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Really do. Hope you guys all loved it. Really do. Commiserate and celebrate. Not much to celebrate yet. Hopefully we have a bit to celebrate in the very near future. We have a bunch to celebrate about. And hopefully in a couple of years, I'm having meetups with you guys and we're all cheering a fucking Stanley Cup. We're all drinking and we're all having a good time because our boys just won the cup. That's what we eventually hope for. That's what we do as fans. We will hope and we will continue to hope. So in Gallant we trust. In Chris Drury, you're killing me right now, Smalls. Killing me. Yeah. Oh, I hope so. I can only hope, but I have a feeling that's not happening because that's some lofty expectations, my friend. Lofty expectations, Brian. That's a good dream. Yeah, that is a good dream. Hopefully it will happen one day, Chris. Hopefully. That's all we can do is continue to hope. We got a good young franchise cornerstone, Alexis Lafreniere, another good key cog in Kakko. We've got a Norris winner and Adam Fox. Got pieces, boys and girls. We've got pieces. So hopefully the future is going to be a bright one. With that, Eddie, thank you. And yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be a better day in Rangers land. Keep the comments coming. Comment on the videos, like, share, and subscribe. Helps grow the channel. We get more likes and subscribers. Can't thank you guys enough, like I said, for coming in here. Really can't. And spending your Friday night with me. Because I could have just rambled on to nobody in front of a computer screen, and this would have just been completely miserable. So thank you for saving me from losing my sanity tonight. You guys really did. So again, everybody, thank you very much. We will be coming out with more content. Look for more of our videos. Hopefully we can get to do more just interactive Q&A type videos, maybe midweeks and stuff like that. So, you know, we'll figure out more interactive stuff with the fans and everything, and we'll make things happen here. It's only going to continue to grow and get better from here. So, thank you very much for everybody. You all have a good night.